Chapter 509. I am here to speak with your chairman. Good morning, Meishio. Yuan greeted her, who was already preparing breakfast. Morning. Once breakfast was prepared, they sat around the dining table until all of the plates were empty. Once we deal with the Cultivators Association, let's go out and eat at a restaurant, Meishio, Yuan said to her afterward. Okay. Although it was quite sudden, Meishio agreed regardless. After breakfast, Yuan changed into a new set of clothes and grabbed his mask. Are you ready, Miss Meifeng? Yuan asked her, who was right behind him. Wait a second, young master, Meifeng said. And she continued. The Yu family was able to find your location because they'd somehow managed to acquire footage of you and Meishio on the public surveillance cameras, so I would advise you to take a different route, one that is hidden from these cameras. How am I supposed to know where to go? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Don't worry, I have already found a route from this place to the Cultivators Association that will allow us to travel without being seen. You just need to follow me. Okay, I will leave everything to you. I want to save my spiritual energy for when I reach the Cultivators Association, so can I hold your hands until then? Yuan then asked her. Since he needed spiritual energy for divine sense, it would be wiser to save his spiritual energy until he needed it. And even though he can use his divine sense for much longer now that he's a spirit master, it still wasn't enough for him to keep it activated for long periods at a time. Of course you can. Meifeng held her hands out with a smile on her beautiful face. Yuan then wore his mask before grabbing her soft hands. Meifeng also wore her mask before leading Yuan outside the door and into the streets, following the route Meifeng had prepared in advance to avoid being seen. It will take us a little longer to reach the Cultivators Association, since we're taking this unique route. Since we have some time, can you tell me what you intend on doing there so I can prepare for it? Meifeng asked him as they walked hand in hand. I am going there to intimidate them, he responded in a calm voice. Excuse me. Meifeng turned to look at him with her eyes filled with shock. You're going to intimidate the Cultivators Association? One of the most powerful factions in the entire world right now? You know even the Yu family don't dare to offend them, right? She said to him in a dazed voice. Yes, I know. Yuan responded in a calm voice. Then how are you going to intimidate them? If words won't get through them, I can only use force, right? Yuan said. A force? Meifeng had a bad feeling about this, and she started regretting agreeing to this farce. Don't worry, I am confident in my strength. I am not worried about that. But if you act violently at the Cultivators Association, you will get arrested. The Cultivators Association is not only a powerful force, but they are also something like the police for cultivators since normal police won't be able to deal with cultivators and their incredible strength. Simply, you'll go to jail that is specifically made for cultivators. I won't do anything violent if I don't have to. Meifeng sighed and mumbled to herself, looks like I might have to call some lawyers after this all goes down. Meifeng wasn't too worried that Yuan might go to jail for causing a scene in the Cultivators Association as long as he doesn't kill anyone, as she has connections with many powerful and reliable lawyers who can get someone out of anything as long as they had enough money. About an hour later, they arrive at the Cultivators Association. We're here, young master. Please, just don't do anything too crazy, Meifeng pleaded. Yuan didn't say anything and merely nodded. He then stood there for a minute to prepare himself. Once he was ready, he released Meifeng's hand and began walking towards the Cultivators Association, and Meifeng followed him from behind. Their unique appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they wondered why Yuan and Meifeng were wearing masks. There was a line to the reception, but Yuan ignored the line and walked straight to the front. The line is back there. The woman working at the reception pointed to the back of the line. I am here to speak with your chairman. Take me to him. I'm sorry, but who are you? I will only speak with the chairman. I'm afraid that's not possible. Until we know your identity, you won't see anyone. Furthermore, Chairman Zhao is currently busy in a meeting, so he won't have time for you. Bang! Yuan suddenly slammed the desk with his fist, instantly destroying it. This startled the woman and everyone there greatly, including Meifeng, who felt like she was suddenly before a different person. I will not repeat myself. Yuan said in a calm voice that had a hint of anger within. The woman looked at the destroyed desk with her eyes wide with shock, as the desk was made out of metal, and not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. A few moments later, once the guards there snapped out of their daze, they quickly surrounded Yuan and Meifeng. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you cause such a scene at the Cultivators Association? The head of the security there shouted at Yuan. Of course, they were all cultivators. Yuan slowly turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who was at the 6th level spirit apprentice. If you bring me to your chairman, there will no longer be a scene, he then said. The audacity. Apprehend them. The middle-aged man commanded the dozen of cultivators around him. However, before they could even get close, Yuan released his spirit master cultivation base, instantly halting these spirit apprentices with intense pressure. Although none of them could comprehend what they were feeling since they had never seen a spirit master before, they instinctively knew to stay away from Yuan, or their lives would be in danger. Chapter 510. The Presence of a Spirit Master. Baitum. 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 The cultivators around Yuan could feel their hearts being squeezed by this invisible pressure the longer they remained around him, so they all took steps back, fearing that their hearts might be crushed if they continued going forward. Who are you? Why do you want to speak with the chairman? If you do anything funny, the entire Cultivators Association will be upon you. The head guard pointed at Yuan and shouted. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. Yuan, tell your chairman that Yuan is here to see him. Why Yuan? Don't tell me that you're that Yuan from? The head guard was left speechless by this revelation. The others were also shocked by player Yuan's sudden appearance. As far as they were aware, the real player Yuan has never appeared in public before, and judging by his appearance and unfathomable presence, there was a good chance that this masked figure before them was truly player Yuan, the #1 mysterious player in. Meanwhile, somewhere on the top floor of the Cultivators Association, a decently sized group of individuals with ages ranging from old to young sat around a large conference table with Chairman Zhao sitting at the end, and all of them were emitting a profound aura. If your exalted families join our Cultivators Association that is currently the #1 force in the world, it will permanently stabilize our position in the world, and your families will definitely be compensated greatly for it. Chairman Zhao said to these individuals. However, before any of these people could even respond, they felt an unfathomable pressure appearing right beneath them, shocking them greatly. Heavens! What was that? Who is releasing this pressure? This pressure? It's the presence of a spirit master. Impossible. The old people there stood up from shock after feeling the pressure. What? Did you just say spirit master? Is that even possible? Chairman Zhao exclaimed in a dumbfounded voice. His phone began ringing the very next moment. What happened? Don't you know that I am currently in a meeting with the Grand Families? See Chairman Zhao. I deeply apologize for disturbing your meeting with the seniors, but we have an emergency. Someone claiming to be Yuan is here to see you, and he's causing a commotion. What? Yuan? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chairman Zhao muttered out loud, causing everyone there to look at him. Then he came to a realization. Why Yuan? That player Yuan from? Is it really him? Chairman Zhao shouted at the phone. I think so. He's even wearing a mask to conceal his identity. I think he's real. Tell him to stay put. I will be there in a moment. Chairman Zhao closed the connection and turned to look at the people there with an apologetic smile. I am coming with you. I would like to see if this person is really that famous player Yuan. One of the old men there spoke. I am also curious. Eventually, everyone in the room agreed to follow Chairman Zhao. Is it really player Yuan? Why would he show up so suddenly? And what business does he have with me? Chairman Zhao wondered to himself as he walked to the elevators with the others, as he doesn't recall having any contact with Yuan before. Sometime later, they arrived downstairs, and they could see two individuals wearing a mask being surrounded by many people there. Are you really player Yuan? One of the people gathered around them asked. However, Yuan ignored him and continued to stand there in silence. The old people following Chairman Zhao took a deep breath as they approached the masked man who was emitting a profound pressure. Spirit Master. He's really a Spirit Master. They were quite shocked to see an unknown Spirit Master. Make way. The chairman is here. The head guard shouted at the people there. A path quickly opened up, allowing Chairman Zhao to approach Yuan, but he didn't get too close, as he had a bad feeling about this situation. Are you really player Yuan? Why do you want to speak with me? Yuan didn't say anything at first and started slowly walking towards Chairman Zhao until he was standing right before him. I am here to give you a warning today. If you dare try to lay a finger on Meishio again, I will destroy the entire Cultivators Association. Yuan spoke in a grim voice with his pressure growing stronger and stronger. Chairman Zhao could feel an invisible hand crushing his heart from the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. And Meishio? How are you related to her? Chairman Zhao asked him with a deep frown as he was having trouble breathing, and he could have never imagined that player Yuan would show up here for Meishio. Our relationship doesn't concern you, nor should you stick your nose into our business. The only thing you need to know is that if you dare to bother Meishio again, I will bring the Cultivators Association to the ground. Before Chairman Zhao could even respond, Yuan suddenly moved his arm and grabbed Chairman Zhao's neck, lifting him into the air. See Chairman. The guards there subconsciously reacted, but they were stopped by the old people that were following Chairman Zhao. If you don't want the chairman to die, you should stay still, said an old man with long white hair tied into a ponytail. Meanwhile, Yuan spoke in a low voice while staring at Chairman Zhao. I am not asking you. I am telling you to leave her alone. Do you understand me? Why yes. I understand. Chairman Zhao uttered with much effort. Yuan tossed Chairman Zhao to the side like trash after hearing his response. He then turned around and said to Meifeng, let's go. However, before he could walk very far, one of the old people there called out to him in a respectful voice. Please wait a moment, young man. Yuan stopped and turned around to see an old man standing behind him with his hands clasped together. Chapter 511. Chairman Zhao's Resignation. What is it? Yuan asked the old man. I am surnamed Wu, and I would like to confirm something. Are you really a spirit master? The old man asked him. What do you think? The old man showed a slight smile on his face before releasing his cultivation base, and to Yuan's surprise, he was also a spirit master. There are already other spirit masters beside me in this world? Yuan thought to himself. Although I cannot see your face, I can tell that you're surprised by my cultivation base. You must be wondering how this is possible. If you visit my family at Mount Wu, I will tell you everything. And before Yuan could even respond, the old man continued. Don't worry, I am not related to Chairman Zhao, so whatever happened between you and him has nothing to do with me or my family. I came here today to see if the Cultivators Association was worth my family's backing, but from the looks of it, we will have to reconsider some things. Hey old Wu, let's not try to pull a fast one before everyone here. Or have you forgotten about our presence? Another old man suddenly stepped forward and bowed to Yuan with his hands clasped. My surname is Ji, and I am also a spirit master. The old man surnamed Ji then released his spirit master cultivation base, surprising Yuan even more. Forget about Mount Wu. Come to my Mount Ji instead. You won't regret it. Then another person stepped forward, an old woman. Instead of fighting amongst ourselves, why don't we all cooperate together? The old woman suggested. She approached Yuan and said, surnamed Wang from the Wang family. If you want to know how we reach Spirit Master, and more about cultivation in general, come to the Jaded Garden situated outside the Yang city. We'll be more than happy to befriend a young genius such as yourself. If you're worried about your identity being revealed, I will let you know that we're really good at keeping secrets. The old woman then leaned over his shoulders and whispered in a low voice that could only be heard by Yuan. After all, we have managed to keep cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries. Yuan's body trembled after hearing the old woman's words. They kept cultivation a secret from the rest of the world for many centuries? Does this mean that they have known about cultivation even way before existed? If so, that explains why they were spirit masters. See you there in a month. the old woman said to him before turning around and walking back to Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao, you have a lot of explaining to do for us. And don't you even dare think about lying to us, because we will investigate the truth ourselves afterward. Chairman Zhao, who was supposed to be an almighty figure, nodded his head in a powerless manner before the old woman and the other elders that were clearly more influential than Chairman Zhao. Yuan lingered in the place for a few more moments before finally leaving the Cultivators Association with Mei Feng. Although the people there wanted to follow him, they didn't dare to do so and reluctantly stayed behind. Young master, you nearly scared me to death just now. I'm shocked that we even got to leave that place in one piece. Mei Feng sighed sometime later. I'm sorry. I got a little angry and my body started moving on its own. Yuan said to her, his hands still trembling a little. Young master, are you really player Yuan? Mei Feng suddenly asked him. I will tell you everything once we return home, okay? Of course. Mei Feng nodded. Once Yuan and Mei Feng left the scene, the elders pressed Chairman Zhao for answers before everyone in the Cultivators Association. If you don't tell us what happened, we'll speak with the council and have them deal with you. Chairman Zhao sighed out loud before telling them the truth in a regretful voice. Che, what a shameless old man. Someone there said out loud after Chairman Zhao revealed everything. Chairman Zhao, I am greatly disappointed in you. My Wang family no longer wishes to be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. Excuse me. The old woman turned around and left the scene, followed by a few youngsters that came to this place with her. The other elders also told Chairman Zhao the same thing before leaving the place. As for the other people in the Cultivators Association, they immediately started spreading news of everything that transpired there today through their phones, which spread like wildfire, shocking the world. What? The real player Yuan showed up at the Cultivators Association to warn Chairman Zhao? What did Chairman Zhao do to offend player Yuan? Chairman Zhao tried to force a young lady into joining the Cultivators Association? And this young lady turned out to have a relationship with player Yuan? Talk about karma. Ha ha ha. Serves that old pervert right. I can't believe it. This is player Yuan's first real appearance outside of Cultivation Online. Player Yuan is already a spirit master? Isn't he also a spirit master in Cultivation Online? Just who is player Yuan? How does he keep achieving these seemingly impossible achievements? The world was greatly shocked by what had happened at the Cultivators Association, but the people were more interested in player Yuan than what Chairman Zhao had done. As for the Yu family, they had managed to dodge a bullet when Chairman Zhao revealed everything, as he wasn't aware that the Yu family had hired mercenaries to kidnap Meishio. However, the Yu family was also shocked speechless to know that Meishio had a relationship with player Yuan, someone they have been looking for themselves. They wanted to approach Meishio for more information, but they were afraid of player Yuan knocking on their doors. After all, if player Yuan dared to threaten to destroy the Cultivators Association before the chairman of the Cultivators Association at their main headquarters, what would stop him from visiting the Yu family? The Yu family then called Mr. Johnson to cancel the pending job. What happened at the Cultivators Association would be a hot topic on the news and the internet for the rest of the week, and Chairman Zhao would resign his position as chairman the following day, which didn't surprise anyone when they learned about it. Chapter 512, Hidden Experts. Senior Wang. Was that masked person really a spirit master? One of the youngsters with Senior Wang asked her as they made their way back home on a private plane. Yes, that person was, without a doubt, a spirit master. The same level as me and the other elders, she confirmed. That young man also sounded like he was around your age. I cannot imagine how terrifying his talents must be to reach spirit master at such a young age. And it would be even more terrifying if he only started cultivating after became a thing. That can't be possible, right? Someone else there asked. The question is no longer whether it's possible or not, but how he achieved it. Senior Wang said in a low voice. And whether he started cultivating before or after doesn't really matter, as it won't change the fact that he's a spirit master at such a young age. Anyways, although our visit to the Cultivators Association turned out to be a huge waste of time, I am actually glad that we went there, as I got to learn the existence of such a cultivation monster. The others in the family will go crazy once they learn about this young man. As for the other families, well, definitely be fighting for him. If he's that famous player Yuan, there's a good chance that he won't join any families, right? Someone there asked. Yes, but it won't hurt to try. Senior Wang nodded. Who's this player Yuan? I have never heard of him before. Another person said. You don't know player Yuan? Don't you play? Why would I play a game about cultivation when I am already doing it in real life? No wonder why you don't know him. Well, let me tell you about player Yuan and his achievements. And for the rest of their flight, the young cultivators shared information about player Yuan and his achievements with those that didn't know of his fame. Meanwhile, after returning home, Yuan removed his mask and sat in the living room in an exhausted manner with sweat dripping down his face. Are you okay? Meishiu asked him as she gently wiped the sweat off his face with a dry towel. Yes, I am fine, but that was more exhausting than I'd expected. Since the young master cannot talk right now, I will explain everything for him, Meifeng said, and he proceeded to recall everything that had happened at the Cultivators Association. Meishiu expressed disbelief after hearing the situation. Why you went there as player Yuan, even threatening the chairman? Heavens! Are you sure everything will be fine? Meishiu spoke in a worried voice. We can't really say for now. Give it a few days, and we'll see if anything will happen. However, they don't know the young master's identity, so they won't be able to do anything to him now even if they want to. But young master, you really surprised me today, and I am not talking about your identity as player Yuan. I didn't even know you can act so domineering. You felt like an entirely different person today. I still have chills just thinking about it. Meifeng said to him in a somewhat admiring voice. Well, most of that was just an act, since if I didn't act like that, they wouldn't have taken me seriously. Yuan smiled. Was it really just an act? It felt too realistic. Meifeng thought to herself. Can you tell me more about your identity as player Yuan? The Yu family have asked me to investigate, but I came up with nothing. Yuan nodded and proceeded to tell her about his identity as player Yuan, and some of the stuff he's done in cultivation online. I see. That explains why you're so powerful even in the real world. Turns out that you have been cultivating with a divine-grade cultivation technique this entire time. What are we going to do now? Meishiu asked them a moment later. Who knows, but I intend on going to the Jaded Garden to speak with those seniors next month, Yuan said. Are you sure that's a good idea? What if it's a trap? Meifeng said. I think it'll be fine. If they really wanted to harm me, they could have done so back then. All three of them, and probably the other elders there, were all spirit masters. There was no way I could have defeated them by myself. Furthermore, they didn't appear to be bad people. Why do you want to speak with them, though? Meishiu then asked. I want to know more about the cultivation world, in this world. Apparently, they have known about cultivation since many centuries again. Hence why they have been able to reach Spirit Master, Yuan said. So they're basically hidden experts that have been secretly cultivating for many years. I am very impressed by how they have managed to keep cultivation hidden from the public for so long, Meifeng said. Yes, I am too. That's why I want to speak with them. I will come with you, Meishiu said. Of course. I was going to ask you if you wanted to come later. Yuan nodded. Anyways, I am going to take a shower. My body is all sweaty. Yuan then entered the bathroom and went to clean himself. You know that he was player Yuan this entire time? Meifeng asked Meishiu after he left. Yes. Well, aren't you a lucky one? Sometime later, Yuan returned to the living room, where Meishiu and Meifeng were watching the news. Look, young master. They are already talking about the incident at the Cultivators Association, about player Yuan, Meifeng said as she turned the volume up a little more. Breaking news. Player Yuan has finally made an appearance today at the Cultivators Association. He even confronted Chairman Zhao, threatening to destroy the Cultivators Association if they continued to mess with his woman. Who is this Meishiu that player Yuan treasures so deeply? Could it be his girlfriend? Fiancé? Perhaps even his wife. It's his wife. Meishiu was speechless after she listened to how the news spoke about their relationship, making it seem as though they were lovers. Chapter 513. Why do you reject my existence? Yuan. Isn't that you? Meishio pointed at the television that was currently playing a recording from the surveillance camera at the Cultivators Association, allowing everyone to witness the drama for themselves. They could see two figures entering the building and walking straight towards the front. A few moments later, the figure wearing a black mask suddenly smashed the metal table into pieces, shocking everyone there. Then the guards surrounded the masked individuals, but they didn't dare advance any further for some reason, almost like there was an invisible force that kept them from approaching the masked figure. A few minutes later, Chairman Zhao and the elders could be seen approaching the masked figure. It was at this moment the masked figure walked in front of the chairman before lifting him into the air by the neck. A few more moments later, the masked figure tossed the chairman like a child getting bored of their toy and walking away. However, the masked figure was stopped by the elders, and after some conversation, the masked figure disappeared from the Cultivators Association. Of course, all of this was played without any sound. But even without any sound, the spectators could see how domineering that masked figure was. And they had no doubt that he had the capabilities to destroy the Cultivators Association from his demeanor alone. Seeing player Yuan for the first time, many people were in awe of his display of dominance, and those that were already fans of player Yuan became even more obsessed with him. How embarrassing! Yuan said with a bashful smile on his face after seeing himself acting so out of character, almost like he was watching a play. If I didn't know you were going to do this beforehand, I would have never guessed that masked figure would be you. Meishio said in a dumbfounded voice. I was actually afraid that the young master might accidentally kill the chairman when he grabbed the chairman by his neck, Meifeng said. K-kill? Why would I do something so extreme? Yuan was surprised to hear this. People do extreme things when they're angry. Meifeng said. Even if that's true, I wouldn't kill someone just because I am angry. At least I hope I won't. Suddenly, Meixia's phone started ringing. It's you, Ro, Meishio said to them before answering the phone. Hello, Meishio. Are you watching the news right now? Did Yuan really visit the Cultivators Association today? Yuro asked her in an excited voice. Yes, it's true, Meishio said. Unbelievable. Yuro's dumbfounded voice resounded after a moment of silence. To think her brother would be so daring to storm the Cultivators Association shortly after his recovery. She can only imagine what he might do in the future. Is he okay? Yuro then asked. Yes, everything is okay for now. I think he should be fine as long as nobody knows his identity. Yuro said. And even if the Cultivators Association learns of his identity, I don't think it should cause any worries since a lot of people admires player Yuan. There will be plenty of people willing to help him if he gets into any trouble. Anyways, just stay put for the next few days and see what happens. Also keep me updated. Yuro said. Okay. An hour later, Wang Xiuying also gave them a call to make sure they were okay. After dinner, Meifeng said, Young master, I will have to go back to work tomorrow. So tonight is our last night together. I see. It was fun, Miss Meifeng. It reminds me of the day when you were still taking care of me, Yuan said to her. And I will continue to take care of you from the shadows, until I am no longer needed, Meifeng said with a smile on her face. That night, Meifeng snuggled closer to Yuan than usual. Good night, young master. Good night. Once he fell asleep, Yuan returned to the land of dreams. Looks like you had quite some fun today. The handsome man appeared before him, just like had expected. Remember, what you experienced today is what it feels like to be the strong. As long as you're powerful, nobody will dare to defy you. Nobody will dare to hurt those close to you. Yuan silently stared at the handsome man with a slight frown on his face. What is it? The man asked him. The way I acted today. You're affecting me, aren't you? Yuan said in a low voice. I have no idea what you're talking about. The handsome man shrugged. Don't lie to me. I nearly killed Chairman Zhao today. If I didn't snap out of my anger, I would have snapped his neck in half instead when I had it in my grasp. I had this nearly uncontrollable desire to do so. The handsome man chuckled and said, So what? You're simply acting true to yourself. You're worried that if you didn't kill him, he would eventually return to bother you and your loved ones again, right? That's why you had an urge to kill that man. Don't blame me for your own desires. After all, I am you. If you blame me, you're simply blaming yourself. Why do you reject my existence? You know, the more you refuse to accept me, the more difficult it will be for you when you must accept me, and that time will eventually come. Yuan remained silent. Whatever. You don't need to accept me now, but eventually. The handsome man turned around and began disappearing into the mist. Once the man was gone, the scenery changed, and even more of the handsome man's past began revealing itself to Yuan. Yuan wanted to close his eyes and ignore the dream, but alas, since he was in a dream, even if he closed his eyes, he would still be able to see the dream. Therefore, he was forced to watch everything until he woke up. Why is this happening to me? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Chapter 5:14. Do you believe in reincarnation? Good morning, young master. Meifeng greeted him when he walked out of his room. Miss Meifeng, you're cooking breakfast today? Yuan said. That's right. Since I am no longer on vacation, and I will be leaving soon, I want to do something for you before I leave. You're also up earlier than usual today, young master. Yes, I had another bad dream. He sighed. You know, nightmares usually happen because you're stressed or when you're thinking too much about a certain thing. If there's something on your mind, you should let it out. Although I won't be here, you still have Meishio. I'm sure you can tell her about it. Meifeng said to him. I will keep that in mind. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Meishio woke up and came out of her room, but to her surprise, her mother had already prepared breakfast for them. I only made enough for you two since I won't have the time to sit down and eat, Meifeng said after placing the food on the table. Thank you, Miss Meifeng. I hope you take more breaks so we can spend more time together. Yuan said. Meifeng chuckled and said, although I would like that as well, I don't want to disturb your love nest too much. A love nest? Meishio nearly spat out the water in her mouth when she heard Meifeng's words. Anyways, I will see you later. Stay safe, young master. If you ever run into any troubles, give me a call. Meifeng then left the place shortly after. Meishio turned on the television while they ate so it wouldn't feel as awkward. As many of us had anticipated, Chairman Zhao from the Cultivators Association has handed in his resignation letter after yesterday's drama, and will no longer be affiliated with the Cultivators Association. He resigned? Things turned out much better than I'd expected. Yuan said after chewing and swallowing the food in his mouth. Wow. This food is amazing. He then realized how great the food tasted and praised it loudly. Of course, your food also tastes great, Meishio, but there's something different about Miss Meifeng's cooking, Yuan added since he didn't want to upset her. Don't worry, I am well aware that I am still nowhere near my mother's level, she said in a calm voice. I don't think you should compare yourself to Miss Meifeng. Not only are you less experienced, but you're also much younger than her. If anything, you should compare yourself to people around your age. Meishio nodded. Sometime later, Meishio asked, what are you going to do today? Well, it's been a while since we've last played. I am thinking about playing today. Okay, you can go ahead and play with me. I want to make sure that everything is actually fine before I relax. I understand. What about you, Ro and Xiajingyi? It might be a bit early, so give them a text first. Meishio then texted Yu Ro and Xiajingyi to see if they wanted to play. Yu Ro. Sorry, but I won't be able to play for a while since I will be busy with a few things. Xiajingyi. I am really close to a breakthrough, I think. So I am going to focus on cultivation for now. Sorry. After breakfast, Yuan went into his room and laid on the bed. He then wore the console and went inside cultivation online, without any help for the first time. Welcome back, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying greeted him. Good morning, you two. Have you dealt with whatever was troubling you? Xiao Hua asked him. Yes, I have for now. Yuan then looked around and asked. Feng Feng still hasn't returned. Suddenly, Feng Yuxiang's voice resounded. I have been back for a while now. A beautiful woman suddenly approached them from behind. It's been a while, Feng Feng. Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Yes. Feng Yuxiang nodded, still having some trouble looking straight into his eyes. Where are the others? Feng Yuxiang then asked. They are currently busy, so it's just me today. I see. Well, what would you like to do today? Feng Yuxiang then asked him. Let's go somewhere quieter. How about that pond where we studied our techniques? Yuan suggested. Sure. They then made their way towards the silent pond. Once they arrived, Yuan approached the water and silently stared at the water. Did something happen to the young master? He feels a little different than usual. Feng Yuxiang noticed this and asked the other two. No idea. They shook their heads. After standing there for a couple of minutes, Yuan turned around and asked the three ladies, Do you guys believe in reincarnation? Reincarnation? They repeated. It's a common topic in the world of cultivation, right? Well, although reincarnation is definitely a very popular belief amongst many cultivators from the lower heavens to the supreme heaven, nobody has ever been able to prove that it exists. Feng Yuxiang said. Do you believe it exists? Yuan then asked. Of course. In case you forgot, young master, I am a phoenix. I am the embodiment of rebirth. However, I have never experienced reincarnation, nor do I know anybody that has been reincarnated. With that being said, even if someone is reincarnated, I don't think they will retain the memories of their previous life, or it would have been proven to truly exist by now. Feng Yuxiang said. I see. Why are you suddenly interested in reincarnation, young master? Well, it's been on my mind ever since someone mentioned it to me, and I am sort of in this deep hole that I cannot get out because of it. Yuan sighed. If you ask me, I don't think it really matters if reincarnation is real or not. What happened in one's past life has already ended when that person died. Even if they somehow recall the memories of their previous life, what can they do about it? It's not as if they could reclaim the name of their previous life and act like they never died. That makes sense. Yuan nodded, agreeing with Feng Yuxiang's words. Chapter 515. Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. After thinking about the words Feng Yuxiang spoke to him, Yuan took a seat beside the pond and retrieved the ancient rank technique Relentless Dragon Overwhelms the Nine Heavens. I am going to spend the rest of the day trying to comprehend this technique, since it felt like I was getting close to understanding it when I stopped previously. You guys can do whatever. Yuan said to them before focusing on the technique. Feng Yuxiang exchanged looks with the other two. Is it just me or does the young master feel a little different today? Feng Yuxiang asked them. Just a little. Xiaohua agreed. The Lord feels a little more mature, or at least the aura around him. Lan Yingying said. Let's just hope it doesn't mean anything bad. Feng Yuxiang sighed. A few hours later, Yuan stood up and took a deep breath. He then positioned himself that made it seem like he was prepared to throw a punch. Yuan closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he snapped them open and released his fist, sending a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was shaped like a dragon towards the pond. Boom! The entire ground shook as the pond was immediately erased from existence, the water and all, leaving a huge crater behind. Yuan was left speechless by the destructive nature of the technique that erased an entire pond. Fortunately for them, there were no living creatures within the pond. Heavens! Young master, where did you learn such a powerful technique? Feng Yuxiang asked him afterward. The Dragon Temple, he said. Such a powerful strength. It must be divine rank or above. Yes, it's an ancient rank technique. Yuan looked at the sky that was getting dark and said, I am going to leave now. It might be some time before I return since it'll be a little busy for me. Also, you don't have to wait for me. If you want to do something, just go ahead and do it without me. Yingying, you wanted to look around the lower heavens, right? You can have Feng Feng and Xiaohua take you around. I want to explore it with you. Lan Yingying said. It's okay, the nine heavens is a vast universe. We'll be able to explore it together plenty when I am able to play more. If it's your wish. Lan Yingying nodded. Then with that settled, I will see you guys later. See you later, young master. Stay safe, brother Yuan. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan logged out of the game and returned to practicing his movement technique in the real world whilst his servants began exploring the lower heavens without him, though it was mostly for Lan Yingying. As much as he wanted to play, there were simply too many things for him to do in the real world. Once things calm down, he will return and fully explores the 9 heavens. Yuan, you know the entire world is looking for you right now, right? Meishiu said to him during his break from practicing the movement technique. Unless I reveal myself, I don't think anybody will be able to find me. I guess, but there are also people looking for me since they think that by finding me, they'll find you, which is true. The only people who know of your identity and location are the Yu family, Dr. Wang and Wang Xiuying, Xia Jingyi and Chairman Zhao. And I guess the agency that was hired by the Yu family, Yuan said. This might become a little troublesome, especially since there are some people who we definitely cannot trust to keep your identity hidden. What do you want to do, Meishiu? Do you want to move out? ITLL become problematic when our doors get flooded with people asking about player Yuan. We have the funds to do so as well. Meishiu pondered for a moment before speaking. Where can we go though? Furthermore, even if they find me, they won't know that you're player Yuan, so I think it would be fine. I still think it would be better for us to move once we find a good place. Yes, I agree. But for now, let's just see how things play out. Okay. With that decided, Yuan and Meishiu proceeded to spend the next few days just improving their cultivation base. During these few days, the Cultivations Association had appointed a new chairman, who made a public apology regarding the actions of the previous chairman. One can imagine why the new chairman felt the need to apologize, as he didn't want the mysterious player Yuan to hold a grudge against the Cultivators Association because of the last chairman, which would be a big blow to them even though player Yuan was only a single individual. Although player Yuan was only a single individual, his influence inside Cultivation Online was comparable to multiple large companies combined, and nobody knows the true extent of his powers. One might argue that being influential inside a video game isn't that important. But when one considers how much Cultivation Online currently affects the world, one would understand why people value player Yuan so much. Ding. Early in the morning, Meishiu received a message from Yuro that told her to make a call whenever she was available. Meishiu then called Yuro the next moment since she was free. Did something happen? Meishiu asked. Yes. I have decided to join a cultivation faction, so I will be leaving the Yu family soon. Yuro said, dumbfounding Meishiu. After all, she had only told Yuan about her decision to leave the Yu family during her visit. Why you're leaving the Yu family as well? Why? Meishiu couldn't help but ask her. Well, for one, now that cultivation has become fully incorporated into our world, other talents won't be as valued. In fact, I haven't had to participate in any lessons for a long time now. This is probably my parents' way of telling me to give up on music and focus solely on cultivation. Furthermore, I don't think I can stop blaming myself for what happened to you and brother Tian, due to my affiliation with the Yu family. Hopefully, leaving the Yu family can relieve some of that guilt. Yuro sighed. Chapter 516, Eternal Lotuses. Are you still worried about that? Neither Yuan nor I blame you for what happened. Not even in the slightest. Meishiu said to her. I know, but it's just a feeling that I cannot shake off. Of course, I have other reasons why I want to leave the Yu family, such as wanting to be independent like you and brother Tian. I don't want to rely on the Yu family forever, and I feel that if I remain in the family for any longer, I will never be able to leave. After a moment of silence, Meishiu said, I understand. Let me transfer you to Yuan so you can speak with him. Meishiu then knocked on Yuan's room and said, It's Yuro. Yuan opened the door while wearing only his pants, his body soaked in sweat from exercising. Here you go. Meishiu handed him the phone with a slightly rosy face. Good morning, Yuro. Yuan placed the phone on speakers then on his bed before speaking with her while he continued to exercise. You're exercising already? Don't push yourself too hard. Yuro said to him, as she could hear him exercising. Don't worry, I know when to stop, Yuan said. Anyways, I am calling to let you know that I have decided on a cultivation faction. I will be joining them next week. They're also in another city, so I will be moving out soon. Already? Yuan stopped moving and expressed his surprise. I didn't think you'd leave so soon. And going to another city? How far are you traveling? What about this cultivation faction? What's their name? Yuan bombarded her with questions. About 8,000 miles away, so I will be traveling pretty far. 8,000 miles. That's around 16 hours with a plane. Why are you going that far? Why can't you just join a cultivation faction that's already in this city? After all, it would only be more difficult for them to visit each other the further away they are from each other. Well, this cultivation faction is a little special, and even if it's a little far, I think it's worth it, Yuro said. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, what's this cultivation faction called? They are called Eternal Lotuses. It's a female-only cultivation faction that's led by the one and only White Lotus, who is a top player in. They already have over 1,000 talented cultivators. And they are a powerful faction, and also one of the fastest-growing factions in the world. White Lotus. Yuan recalled hearing this name before. White Lotus is a well-known player from a top 10 legacy family. She is also a trustworthy individual according to my sources. I think it'll be fine if I go there. Furthermore, I won't be going there alone. I spoke with Xia Jingyi yesterday, and she agreed to come with me. Knowing that Yuro won't be traveling alone made Yuan feel more relieved, but he was still worried. After all, Yuro was only 16 years old. Brother, I know what you are thinking. I may be young, but I can take care of myself. I know you can. After all, you took care of me for many years. However, it's a brother's duty to worry about his sister, right? Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Anyways, have you spoken to your parents about this yet? He then asked. No, I haven't, nor do I plan on telling them since they will definitely refuse to let me go, she responded calmly. How long do you plan on staying there? In the Eternal Lotuses? I don't know, but it's going to be at least a couple of years. Give me the address so that we can visit you in the future when we have the time. Of course, but I don't think they allow male visitors inside their place, so I will have to meet you somewhere else. That's fine. Yuan and Yuro spoke to each other for many minutes until Yuro had to go. I will call you later, brother. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan asked Meishio, do you think we can do a performance before Yuro leaves in a week? I don't care what kind of performance. Even a contest is okay as long as I get to play an instrument. You want to perform in public right now? That's a little risky, no? I think it should be fine. I want to fulfill Yuro's dream a little before she leaves. Alright. I will try to do something about it. Thank you, Meishio. Yuan returned to his training shortly after, and Meishio began looking for a place where he could perform. 2 days later, Meishio found a place and said, there's going to be a small piano contest in 5 days, and it's the earliest one I can find. 5 days? Right when Yuro leaves, huh? Let's do it. I have already signed us up for it. ITLL start at 8 a.m. in the morning, but we won't be on stage until 10 a.m. Great. Now we just need to let Yuro know. Meishio then called Yuro. Yuro, I have a surprise for you. Can you come to this location before 10 a.m. in the morning? 10 a.m.? Why? What's going to happen in this place? Our flight is at 1 p.m. Yuro asked. It's okay, you can go to the airport from that place. As for why, it's a surprise. Don't worry, it won't last long at all. A few minutes at most. Okay, I will be there. Yuro agreed. You won't regret it. I promise. After hanging up, Yuan and Meishio began preparing for the small contest. Meanwhile, Yuro called Xia Jingyi to let her know that they'll be leaving a little earlier than planned to make a pit stop before their flight. And in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Chapter 517. Approaching the stage. Early in the morning, Yuro opened the drawers to her desk and retrieved 2 items, a yellow envelope and a white letter that she had just written last night. Yuro placed the yellow envelope inside her large suitcase, and the white letter on her desk. After making sure that she had everything, she left the building and took a taxi to Xia Jingyi's living quarters, not even bothering to use her family limousine. Good morning, Yuro. Xia Jingyi greeted her at the door. Morning, Jingyi. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Yu looked at her watch. It was 9 a.m. We should arrive at the location my brother provided in 30 minutes. I wonder what he had planned for us. If you're really curious, you can look that place up and see if there are any events. Xia Jingyi suggested. However, Yu shook her head and said, That's no good. My brother wanted to surprise me, so I will let him surprise me. It would no longer be a surprise if I know what to expect. Xia Jingyi nodded, and after saying her goodbyes to her parents, she entered her family's limousine with Yu. Please take care of our daughter Yu. Xia Jingyi's parents said to Yu. Of course. I will make sure nothing happens to her. I should also take this chance to thank you for letting my brother stay in your apartments. Yu patted her chest with a confident smile. You don't have to thank us. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing for allowing that incident to occur. We'll make sure to increase security in that apartment. Yu nodded, and she entered the car with Xia Jingyi while the driver packed their suitcases inside the car trunk. Once they were prepared, the limousine began driving towards the location given by Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio approached the reception inside a large building. Hello, we're here to participate in the contest, Meishio said to the receptionist, who was a little startled when she saw their appearance, as both of them were wearing masks. What is the name of the participant? The receptionist then asked. Tian of Divine Melody, she said. Please give me a moment to look through the system. I have confirmed your registration. I will check you in now. You will be called onto the stage at 10 a.m. Hey, race your identification card. You can wait in the spectator area or wait in the back room. After accepting his identification card, Yuan and Meishio proceeded to the spectators area, where hundreds of spectators were watching the current contestant playing the piano. It's been too long. I am starting to feel a little nervous, Yuan said with a smile behind his mask. You'll be fine, Meishio said. The two of them proceeded to watch contestants take their turns at the piano, and because of their masks, they attracted quite the attention from the people around them. Though since masks weren't prohibited, nobody really approached them. Around 9:40 a.m., Yu and Xia Jingyi pulled up at the location and left the car. This is. Yu looked at the large banner hanging above the building and immediately knew what was going on. It's a music contest. Why did your brother tell us to come here? Xia Jingyi asked, as she wasn't aware of his recovery. Yu merely showed a gentle smile on her face, and she said, Who knows? Let's go inside. Upon reaching the receptionist, before they could even speak, the receptionist behind the desk recognized Yu's face and spoke in an excited voice. Aren't you Lady Yu? What are you doing here? The people around them heard the name Yu and turned to look in their direction with interest. Yu, that music genius who won many international competitions. Hello, I am here to spectate the contest, Yu said with a friendly smile on her face. Because of her background, she was very famous within the music industry, hence why the receptionist immediately recognized her. Spectate the contest? The receptionist was taken by surprise by her words. Why would someone famous like Yu come to witness some small music competition? It didn't make sense. After all, there was nobody famous playing today. However, the receptionist didn't question her and quickly said, Of course. Please follow me to the VIP seats. The receptionist then led Yu and Xia Jingyi to the VIP seats that were in front of the stage. Their presence quickly attracted the spectators there, and even the contestant was affected by their presence. Isn't that Yu from the Yu family? What's a big shot like her doing here? Who knows? Maybe she's bored? Speaking of Yu, I was there to witness her last performance, and it was beyond amazing. I wonder when she'll do another performance. It's been a while since she performed too. The quiet spectators area turned a little noisy with Yu's appearance, and although Xia Jingyi wasn't as famous as Yu, there were some people who recognized her there. Time passed quickly. The time was 10:05 a.m. Our next contestant will be from the Divine Melody. Please welcome Tian. The speakers announced after the last contestant got off the stage. Divine Melody? What company is that? I have never heard of them. Me neither. I also don't know of any Tian. Perhaps it's a new company. Haha. Who would create a new music company at this time? They should have started a cultivation faction instead. Although it seemed like there was nobody interested in this unknown contestant. If one looked at Rao's face right now, they would see pure excitement and anticipation. A few moments later, the spectators there could see a figure wearing a black mask slowly approaching the stage from the spectators' area. And there was this unfathomable aura him that made the people there stop talking to focus on him. Chapter 518 Tianyang. Although nobody there besides Meishio and Yuan knew the identity of the masked contestant, they could somehow tell that he was a professional just by the manner he walked onto the stage, and how he sat behind the piano. Yuan, this person. He's very skilled. Xiaojingyi said with a serious expression on her face. I think so too. Yuan nodded, still pretending to be ignorant. Once the atmosphere was completely silent, Yuan placed his hands on the piano keyboard and started playing the piano. The audience felt chills going down their spine when they heard the first 10 notes being played, and their ears vibrated with bliss. They have never heard or seen such a flawless performance before, nor did they expect to witness something this profound in such a small competition. Yuan's performance continued to be played flawlessly for the next 4 minutes, playing the whole song without making a single mistake. Every movement he made seemed to be made with elegance and grace, looking like he was dancing while playing the instrument. The spectators quickly began speculating that Yuan was a professional disguised as a beginner to surprise them, but they were unable to guess his identity. Heavens! Who is this person? The judges there were left speechless by Yuan's performance. In fact, they only needed to listen to his performance for half a minute to be convinced that he was going to win this competition without anyone getting close. The whole performance only lasted 4 minutes, but it felt like only a few seconds had passed for the spectators, as they were fully absorbed in his performance, feeling like they were in a dreamlike state throughout the whole performance. After playing his last note, Yuan stood up and turned to face the dazed audience before giving them a bow. The audience remained silent for another moment before they exploded with cheering and admiration. That was amazing. Play another song. Encore. The judges agreed with the audience, and one of them said, Contestant Tianyang, can you do us a favor and play another song? You can pick the song. And don't worry, it won't affect your scores regardless of your performance. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head and returning to his seat behind the piano. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing another song. However, nobody in the audience recognized this song. Nobody but Yuan. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when she heard this song. Brother! She muttered in a low voice, trying her best to not shed any tears in public. The song being played by Yuan was a song Head created for her when he was still actively playing for the Yu family. However, there weren't any good memories behind this song, as the day after he created this song, Yuan's body started to break. This song didn't last long and only lasted half as long as the previous song, but it was so intensive and fast-paced that it sounded longer than the previous song, and there were more than twice as many notes in this song. After finishing his second song, Yuan didn't stand up and waited for 10 seconds before starting his third song. Despite this, none of the judges or spectators complained. In fact, even the contestants there remained silent, as they knew that if they played after his performance, it would only make themselves look bad. When she heard the third song, Meishio could feel her heart throbbing faster and faster, as this was her favorite song, and memories began flowing inside her head. Whenever she was sad and brought to tears by her training, Yuan would play this song for her before comforting her with a hug, and it would work every single time, allowing her to endure another day of training. About 3 minutes later, Yuan stopped playing and stood up. He then bowed to the audience for a second time. The audience immediately erupted into a frenzy this time, and it was much louder than the previous cheering. Yuan started leaving the stage a moment later, and when the judges saw this, they stopped him. Wait a minute, contestant Tianyang. What's the matter? Yuan turned to look at them. Can you tell us a little more about yourself? Who taught you how to play the piano? How long have you been playing? The judges asked him, as they wanted to obtain some information from him, so that they could use that information to guess his identity. Yuan then said, I have been playing since I was young. As for my teachers, I had many teachers throughout my career, too much to name. You can tell us a few names if it's too many. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not. Yuan politely refused. Then can you tell us how old are you currently? Another judge asked him. I am currently 18 years old, approaching 19, he said. Why, you're only 18 years old? The judges were shocked to learn this information. If this information was true, then one can only imagine how far he'll go when he's already this talented at his young age. However, this raised more questions than answered. Although there were many talented individuals at his age playing professionally in the music industry, the judges didn't know of any professional at Yuan's age with his level of talents. And this was true even for the older professionals. So does this mean he's actually a new pianist who's just stepping into the professional scene? Where has he been this entire time? How can someone this talented remain as a nobody? The judges proceeded to ask Yuan a few more questions, hoping to learn more about him, but Yuan skillfully answered their questions without giving them any information that would give away his identity. The judges eventually gave up and allowed him to leave the stage. Of course, the moment he left the stage, the spectators surrounded him for autographs even though this was his first appearance, as they were certain that he will become famous in the industry with his talents. Chapter 519 Tianyang 2. The situation got so bad that guards had to intervene. After many minutes of struggling to get the spectators back into their seats, Yuan approached Yu Rou and said, You must be Yu Rou from the Yu family. I have heard a lot about you from my teachers. Do you have some time right now? I'd like to speak with you. Yu Rou nodded with a calm expression on her face. I do. Jingyi, you can come too, Yu Rou said to her. Are you sure? Xia Jingyi asked. Yes, it's fine, Yuan confirmed. Xia Jingyi nodded and followed them outside while feeling like she'd met with Tianyang before. Once Yuan left the place, the contestants were finally able to breathe properly, but none of them wanted to go on the stage anymore. The judges understood their feelings, and eventually decided to end the contest earlier than anticipated since nobody wanted to play the piano after Yuan's godlike performance. And even if they were to play the piano, the results were obvious. Once they were outside and in a secluded area, Yuan said, What did you think of my performance? Was it like how you remembered? Yu Rou didn't say anything and immediately went for the hug, taking Xia Jingyi by surprise. Why Yu Rou? Xia Jingyi truly didn't expect Yu Rou to suddenly hug a stranger. Or maybe she knew Tianyang and had been acting like she didn't. Do you not recognize my voice? Yuan turned to look at Xia Jingyi as he embraced Yu Rou. Xia Jingyi's eyes widened with shock upon her realization. How? One couldn't blame Xia Jingyi for not recognizing Yuan until now, as nobody would imagine that a cripple who couldn't move for many years would suddenly be able to move, much less play the piano flawlessly. However, this explained everything. If it was Yuan, who was recognized as a once-in-lifetime genius, the flawless performance made perfect sense. It just happened, I guess. Are you really Yu Rou's brother? Xia Jingyi still held some doubt, as it was too hard to believe. Jingyi, do you think I would touch another man that's not my brother, much less hug him? Yu Rou said to her as her arms wrapped around Yuan's body intimately. And no. Xia Jingyi shook her head. Then there's your answer. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Xia Jingyi then watched in silence as Yu Rou and Yuan hug each other for a few more moments. I want us to stay like this forever, but unfortunately, we don't have much time here, Yu Rou said as she released him from her embrace. Since it's your decision, I won't try to convince you to stay. After all, you were the one who decided to take this path, Yuan said to her. Thank you for understanding, brother. I promise you that I will become a strong cultivator during our next visit. Yuan smiled underneath his mask and said, I look forward to when that day comes. Yu Rou nodded and then turned to look at the masked figure standing behind Yuan. I already told you this before you left the Yu family, but let me say this again. Please take care of my brother, Meishio. I will, she responded in a calm voice. Yuan then said, And please take care of my sister Jingyi. I'm afraid that I will be the one being taken care of. Xia Jingyi said with a bashful smile. Yuan shook his head and said, It's because I know that you'll be with Ro that I am not as worried about her. If she was going alone, I would probably be trying to convince her to stay now. You really have no trust in me, huh? Ro sighed. You know that's not true. Yuan chuckled. He then asked her, Will you be playing Cultivation online over there? Ro nodded and said, We'll be cultivating in Cultivation online, and the real world as a group. However, I won't be able to play with you as often since I have to be with the others. That's fine. As long as we can still meet each other in Cultivation online. Yuan said, and he continued. When you arrive at that place, try to log inside Cultivation online. I have one last surprise for you. All right. I will let you know when I will be available. Ro nodded. After talking to each other for some more, Ro gave Yuan one more tight embrace before returning to the car with Xia Jingyi and heading to the airport. Goodbye, Meishio, brother Tian. Until next time, Ro. Once Ro and Xia Jingyi left the scene, Yuan said to Meishio, Let's go home too. What about the contest results? Meishio asked. I don't really care about the results since I didn't come here for the reward, Yuan said. Okay, then let's go home. They also returned home shortly after. Meanwhile, Yuan's performance at the small contest was uploaded to the internet by one of the judges when they got their hands on the replay. The video quickly acquired traction, especially within the musician circles. Who is this Tian Yang? I have never heard of him before. Does anyone have information on this genius? 18 years old. I don't believe it. How can someone so young play so flawlessly? There were only two things that came to one's mind when one watched the video of Yuan's piano performance. Awe and doubt. They were in awe of Yuan's godlike talents and performance, but they also doubted his identity as an 18-year-old. After all, even the old experts who have decades of experience could not do so with such perfection. Shortly after the video went public, countless families across the world began investigating Tian Yang, and they started with his company Divine Melody that was only recently created. However, the owner of the company and its employers were all private information that cannot be found through normal means, so those with influence began making phone calls to people with authority and influence in hopes of finding more information about the Divine Melody and Tian Yang. Chapter 520. White Envelope. Dear. Look at this. Tang Li stormed inside Yu Yong's room as he worked on the company. What happened? Yu Yong looked at her with his eyebrows raised. It has been a very long time since he has last seen his wife act so excited. Tang Li placed her laptop in front of him and played the video of Yuan's performance as Tian Yang. This is. Yu Yong stood up from shock after watching the performance for merely a couple of seconds. This is a genius. A true genius. Who is this masked man? Yu Yong quickly asked, but his eyes were still captivated by Yuan's flawless performance. His name is Tian Yang, and he's currently with a new company named Divine Melody. However, nobody knows much if anything about this individual, or the company itself since they both showed up out of the blue. Tang Li explained to him. Nobody. How is that possible? Who's the owner of the company? There are already plenty of people asking around, but nobody seems to have any idea. Nobody? I don't believe it. Yu Yong immediately retrieved his cell phone and started making calls to many prominent people within the industry. Mr. Nick, have you heard about a company called Divine Melody? Yu Yong asked. Ha, Mr. Yu. Trust me. I have heard this name so much today that I am starting to go crazy. You're calling me to ask about Tian Yang, right? Unfortunately, I have no information on him. I see. Yu Yong quickly hung up and proceeded to call another person. Mr. Yu, if you're calling me about the Divine Melody or Tian Yang, I have no clue. The person who picked up the phone gave it to him straight. Not even you know about them? Unfortunately, whoever made the company knew very well what they were doing, and kept everything tightly sealed. Unless we find out who helped created this company, we may never know more about them. Have you tried hacking the system? Yu Yong then asked. Trust me, you're not the first person to ask me that, and if it was successful, I wouldn't be so empty-handed right now. I understand. Keep me updated if you find anything. Yuan said before hanging up. Yuan proceeded to call many more people, but after an hour of effort, he still knew nothing about the company Divine Melody or Tian. After pondering, Yuan decided to call Mr. Johnson, who was highly reputable when it comes to intelligence and this kind of subject. Master Yu, let me guess. This is about the Divine Melody. Yuan could already guess the results after hearing Mr. Johnson's opening sentence. What do you know? Yuan still asked. Nothing as for right now. We have already received a dozen requests to find information on the company and Tianyang, but we have nothing as of this moment. Is there no way to contact this company? Yuan asked. There is a way, one way. The company Divine Melody has one contact info, an email address. This is our only lead, and we have already tried to contact them, so we're just waiting for a response right now. What's the email address? I will try to reach out to them myself, and I swear to God if you ask me to pay for. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything. Erase the email address. After receiving the email address from Mr. Johnson, Yuan hung up and opened his laptop. No luck. Tang Li returned to his room sometime later and asked him. Nope. Whoever created the company seems to have expected this situation, and has extensive knowledge regarding how things work, so we cannot dig out any information about them. However, not all is lost, since we have an email address to contact the company. What if that doesn't work? Tang Li asked. Then we can only wait until they reveal themselves or make a mistake, Yuan said. Meanwhile, back inside their apartment, Meishio stared at her laptop with her eyebrows raised. After participating in the contest, their Divine Melody Company email suddenly received over 1,000 emails, and they only kept on coming. Did something happen? Yuan noticed her expression during his training and decided to ask her. She nodded and explained it to him. That's normal. They're most likely trying to recruit me into their company, Yuan said, as he has plenty of experience with this even though he was already working for the Yu family. Yuan, look at this email. Meishio pointed to a certain email on the laptop screen. Yuan looked at it with his divine sense and laughed. The Yu family too? Well, I am not surprised at all. That's how they found me in the first place, because of a video that had gone viral. Are you going to answer to any of them? Yuan then asked her. No. I think it would be better if we ignore them for now. I think so too. Yuan nodded, agreeing with her. That afternoon, in Yu Rao's living quarters, one of the servants knocked on her door, completely unaware that she'd left the family. Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters, the servant said, patiently waiting outside her door. When nobody responded a minute later, the servant knocked on her doors again and repeated. Young lady, you have been summoned by the masters. After knocking a couple more times, the servant eventually decided to enter the room in case Yu Rao was playing Cultivation online. Excuse me, young lady. The servant opened the door, but to her surprise, the room was completely empty. Where's the young lady? The servants are usually aware of her schedule, and Yu Rao would always let someone know if she'd gone somewhere outside. However, there was no news from her today, and even her limousine was parked outside, so where did she go? After entering the room, the servant noticed the white envelope on the desk. Chapter 521, Bring her back. Master, we have an emergency. A servant working in the Yu family's headquarters urgently knocked on Yu Yong's doors. Enter. Yu Yong shouted from inside the room with a bad feeling in his guts. Once the servant entered the room, he asked her, what happened? It's about the young lady. She has left the family, the servant exclaimed. What? It took a minute for Yu Yong to process those words. Once he eventually digested the situation, he immediately frowned and said, what the heck are you talking about? Why would Yu Rao suddenly leave the family? This letter was left inside the young lattice room when someone went to notify her of your summoning. The servant quickly placed the white envelope that had been opened on Yu Yong's desk before taking a few steps back. Yu Yong stared at the white envelope that emitted an ominous aura for a few moments before picking it up and reading the contents inside. Dear father and mother, I have decided to leave the Yu family to join the cultivation faction Eternal Lotuses. You may be wondering why I made this decision. It's simple. I disapprove of how you all treated brother Tian and Meishio, and I cannot get rid of this guilt as the daughter of the Yu family that mistreated them. Therefore, I have decided to leave. Don't even bother trying to convince me to return, because I won't return even if it's the last thing I do. If you're thinking about forcing me back like how you tried to force Meishio back into the family just to sell her to Chairman Zhao, don't bother. Unless you want to offend the entire Eternal Lotuses, that's the #1 power within their city. However, as much as I despise the family, I must thank you for giving me life and allowing me to meet with brother Tian. Yu Yong read the letter while his entire body trembled from anger. What an ungrateful child. Yu Yong slammed the desk before him, creating a crack on the surface and knocking down the stacked documents to the floor. Call my wife here. Yu Yong turned to look at the servant and spoke in a commanding voice. Right away, master. The servant immediately rushed outside and went to notify Tang Li of the situation. Tang Li arrived before Yu Yong a few minutes later with a deep frown on her face. Is it true that Yu Ro left the family to join some cultivation faction? Tang Li asked Yu Yong, who reluctantly nodded his head. Then why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and bring her back. Tang Li shouted. Unlike Yuan, who was adopted into the family, Yu Ro was a true descendant of the Yu family, meaning that she was worth much more to the Yu family despite being much less talented than Yuan. Furthermore, Yu Ro was their only child, meaning that if she leaves, they will have nobody to continue the Yu family unless they give birth to another child. Even if she was less talented than Yuan, she could at least fulfill her duties as a child of the Yu family and continue their legacy. However, that was much easier said than done, especially since Tang Li was already past that age. While she could still give birth, it would come with huge risks to her and the unborn baby's health, so unless she absolutely have to, it wasn't an option. You have no idea. This situation isn't as easy as you think. Yu Yong shouted back at her. Yu Ro went to join the Eternal Lotuses. Although they're not as powerful as the Cultivators Association, their influence is on par with them. We cannot simply force her to return like Meishio. Eternal Lotuses? I have never heard of them. Tang Li said. Look them up. They're a female-only cultivation faction led by White Lotus, a famous cultivation online player, who belongs to a legacy family in the top 10. There are also many descendants from the legacy family within their ranks. We cannot afford to offend them. Then what are we supposed to do? There is nothing we can do right now except give Yu Ro some time to calm her head. Once she's calm, we will try to convince her to return. Otherwise, we'll have to give up on her and make another child. Yu Yong said. That's easy for you to say since you don't have to carry a baby around for 9 months, nor do you have to do any of the hard labor. What about my feelings? I am no longer at the age where it's safe to conceive. Tang Li shouted. Calm down. This is only the worst-case scenario. There are definitely other methods, but for now, let's just wait and see what happens. Yu Yong said. Tang Li didn't say anything and stormed outside the room in angry steps. Time passed quickly, and the following day, Yu Ro and Xia Jingyi arrived at their destination after their plane landed. Once they left the airport, Yu Ro looked around until she found an old woman holding a sign with their names, and she approached this woman. Hello, I am Yu Ro and this is Xia Jingyi. It's nice to finally meet you, Lady Yu Ro and Lady Xia Jingyi. You can call me Grandma Yin. I am in charge of bringing the newcomers to the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, and a few other things. Grandma Yin then showed them to the car that was a white limousine. Once they were prepared to leave, Grandma Yin sat in the back with Yu Ro and Xia Jingyi while the driver, who was also a female, drove to the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to the Eternal Lotuses, even though I am sure that you are already aware of such information. It's mostly for formalities. Yu Ro nodded, and Grandma Yin proceeded to explain to them about the Eternal Lotuses. Chapter 522, White Lotus. As you should know by now, the Eternal Lotuses is a female-only cultivation faction created by White Lotus, who belongs to a legacy family ranked in the top 10. She is also a top player inside who has recently managed to reach peak Spirit Warrior. As for her real-life cultivation, she has achieved first-level Spirit Warrior just 3 days ago. Wow! First-level Spirit Warrior. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi expressed awe upon hearing White Lotus' impressive cultivation speed. Compared to her, they were still in the mid-levels as a spirit apprentice, and they were considered geniuses by many people. Of course, compared to Yuan, she was still lacking a little, but if Yu Rou compared everyone with Yuan, the world would look less interesting and more lackluster. Although the Eternal Lotuses has only recently been made public, it was actually created shortly after became a thing. Oh, I didn't know that. Yu Rou said. Me neither, Xia Jingyi said afterward. Now let me tell you about what will happen once we arrive at the headquarters. Although we have already accepted both of you into Eternal Lotuses, you're actually still required to partake in a simple test. If you've gone to the Cultivators Association to receive your cultivation card, then you should already know what to expect. It's mostly to gauge your talents and to see how we should train you, Grandma Yin said. And she continued, there are a few physical tests, but those are mostly just to see your strength and test your limits. Can we fail these tests? What happens if we do? Xia Jingyi suddenly asked. It's fine if you fail these tests. It just means that we will need to train you more than others so you can catch up. Grandma Yin responded with a calm smile on her face. Once you're officially accepted into the Eternal Lotuses, you will live within the headquarters and be assigned a leader that is usually in charge of about 100 people. If you wish to leave the headquarters to go outside for whatever reasons, you must speak to an elder or your leader. This is mostly for your safety, as our headquarters are situated a little far from society. What about visitors? Can we have visitors? I have a brother, and he told me that he'd visit me from time to time. Yu Rou asked. Visitors are only allowed inside the headquarters if they're female, but they must be screened. If they're a man like your brother, or they failed the screening, you can only meet them outside the headquarters. I thought so. Yu Rou sighed. There will also be rules that must be followed as a fellow member of the faction, but we'll get into more of that once we actually arrive. About 3 hours later, the limousine stopped right outside an unknown wilderness. We're here, Grandma Yin said to them. Once they got out of the car and retrieved their luggage, Grandma Yin led the 2 girls inside the wilderness, where they continued to walk for another half an hour before they arrived before a large gate that was guarded by a group of female guards. Welcome back, Elder Yin. The guards greeted Grandma Yin with respect. I have returned with the newcomers, she said to them. Elder Yin, you know the leader doesn't like it when you go outside for these minor tasks that could be done by the others. One of the guards said to her. Grandma Yin laughed and said, I was bored. Anyways, let's take our newcomers to the welcoming area. Once the gates were opened, Grandma Yin led Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi inside the place, and then to a spacious area that had around 40 other people gathered, all of them newcomers just like them. After waiting for another hour for a couple more people to show up, a beautiful young woman with white hair appeared before the newcomers. When the newcomers saw this beautiful young woman, they all greeted her with respect. Good morning, Senior White Lotus. That's White Lotus. Xia Jingyi looked at her unique white hair with interest, as this was her first time seeing her in person. It was the same for Yu Rou, but she knew how White Lotus looked beforehand due to the internet. My name is Bai Lianhua or White Lotus. I'd prefer it if you addressed me with the former while we're in the real world, and the latter whenever we're inside cultivation online. Bai Lianhua said to them in a gentle voice that didn't fit her seemingly cold expression. I will speak with you all again later, but for now, let's get your living quarters situated. And since many of you have just experienced a long journey, we will be starting the examinations tomorrow. With that being said, you're not allowed to wander the place without supervision since you're still not part of the Eternal Lotuses. If you're caught sneaking around, we'll immediately send you home. After saying a couple of sentences, Bai Lianhua turned around and disappeared. Senior Bai is really cool, right? I think I am in love. The newcomers were definitely in awe of Bai Lianhua's overwhelming presence. Sometime later, the ladies that came from all over the world were led to the living quarters and were assigned their room. Everybody had to share a room with another individual, and since Yu came with Xia Jingyi, they were automatically assigned to be in the same room, which was exactly what they wanted. We will call you tomorrow when it's time to do the examinations. Until then, you're free to do whatever you want with the exception of roaming. If you wish to go somewhere, you can speak with a member wearing this white uniform, and there will always be someone guarding outside. The members instructed the newcomers. Once that was done, the newcomers retired inside the room for the rest of the day. Chapter 523, Gift. Wow, this place is bigger than I'd expected. Xia Jingyi said as she looked around the room that had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and even a small backyard. It feels like we're studying abroad as exchange students. Yu smiled. Right? I was thinking the same thing. What should we do now? Xia Jingyi asked. Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Since we have the whole day to ourselves, I will use this time to meet with Brother Tian in just like I'd promised him. Yu then unpacked her luggage, retrieving the console. Can I join you? Xia Jingyi asked. Of course. I don't see why you can't. Yu nodded. Once everything was set up, Yu called Meishio to tell them that they'd arrived safely and will be entering shortly. Although it's morning here, it should be nighttime where you are right now, right? Yes. We were just getting ready to sleep, but I will let Yuan know. Meishio then knocked on Yuan's door and told him about Yu. Hello, Yu? Are you going to enter in a bit? I will meet you there, Yuan said to her. Sorry for the inconvenience. I know it's late over there, Yu said. Don't worry, this isn't my first time staying up late. Yuan chuckled. Then I will see you in a bit alongside Jingyi. All right. After hanging up the phone, Yu and Xia Jingyi logged into and waited for Yuan and Meishio to appear. Meishio appeared a few minutes later, but Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Where's my brother? Yu asked Meishio. He's coming here. He left the city for a moment recently to do something. Meishio explained to her. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the city and met up with the others. Where's Feng and the others? Yu asked him. Oh, I told them to explore the lower heavens without me since I won't be active for God knows how long, he said. I see. Then let's go somewhere more private so we can talk. Yu suggested. They proceeded to rent a room in a random hotel for some privacy. Once they were all seated, Yu began speaking. Let me tell you about our journey first. Sure. Yuan nodded. Yu talked about their flight, the food they had during the flight, their landing, and their meeting with Grandma Yin and White Lotus. She also talked about their new living quarters, and some information about the eternal lotuses. What do you think, brother? Are you still worried? Yu asked him afterward. Yuan smiled and said, judging by what you've told me, the eternal lotuses does sound like a safe place. What about the Yu family? Have they tried to contact you since you left the family? Yu shook her head. No, they haven't contacted me just yet. Maybe they still don't know about my departure. Or they know but don't care enough to contact me. I think it's better if they don't contact you, Yuan then said. I think so too. Yu chuckled. What about you, brother? How have things been since the contest? Well, we've been receiving a lot of emails since then. In fact, we even got one from the Yu family. We haven't read any of them, but we can imagine what they want from us, Yuan said. That's only to be expected with your level of performance. It will only become worse, you know? Yu said. Yes, I know. After talking to each other for some time, Yu asked, Brother, what surprises do you have for me? I think I have been patient enough. Yuan smiled and said, Honestly, I wanted to save this surprise until you're ready to use it, or at least during a more proper setting. He then retrieved a beautiful fan from his storage ring and offered it to her. Here. It's an upgrade to your current weapon. It's called the Dragon Fan, and it's an Earth-grade treasure. Yuan finally handed Yu the treasure head gotten from the Dragon Essence Temple. Yu accepted the beautiful fan with a speechless expression on her face. Thank you. Yu muttered after a long moment of silence. It's nothing much, but I hope you like it. Yu Rou then jumped off her seat and into Yuan's embrace. Thank you, brother. I will definitely treasure this fan, as well as the old one, forever, Yu Rou said in an excited voice. Yuan then turned to look at Xia Jingyi with an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, but I don't have a gift for you now. However, I will definitely find one for you in the future. Xia Jingyi shook her hand and her head at the same time and said, It's okay, you don't need to worry about me. I don't deserve any gift anyways. That's not true. I will be relying on you to make sure that Yu Rou doesn't get herself into any trouble, so it's only natural I pay you back. I won't get into any trouble, Yu Rou refuted. Sure. Yuan laughed. They proceeded to spend a couple of hours just talking to each other since it might be some time before they can see each other again. All right, brother. I have taken up enough of your time. Go get some sleep. You too, Meishio. Yu Rou suddenly said to them. Yuan nodded and said, Remember, if you get into any trouble, let us know. And you'll come to rescue me like a prince on a white horse, right? I know, brother. Yu Rou chuckled. I am serious, Yu Rou. You're very important to me. I do not wish anything bad to happen to you, or Jingyi, Yuan said with a solemn expression on his face. I promise. Yu Rou nodded. After saying their goodbyes and giving each other a hug, Yu Rou gave Yuan a kiss on the cheeks before they eventually logged off to do their own things. Chapter 524. Eternal Lotuses. After logging off, Yuan and Meishio went to sleep. Meanwhile, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi tried to get used to their new living quarters. Once the sky darkened, someone knocked on their doors. Hey, race your dinner for tonight. A member of the Eternal Lotuses handed them 2 trays of food. Don't worry, this is only for today and tomorrow. You'll get to eat in an actual cafeteria once you become a member. The member then said to them. After accepting the food, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi cleared it with haste, as they were getting a little hungry since they haven't eaten since leaving the plane. The member returned an hour later to collect their empty plates. That night, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi fell asleep with ease. The following morning, some members of the Eternal Lotuses gathered the newcomers and led them to the testing site, where they tested the newcomers their cultivation talents and their body limits. Although there were almost no requirements to join the Eternal Lotuses besides being a certain cultivation level, the newcomers were required to partake in this exam. Fortunately for the newcomers, failing the exams didn't mean they'll be barred from joining the faction, but it meant that they'll have to put in more effort than the others, as they'll be training separately from the others. The examination took nearly the entire day, and at the end of the day, Bai Lianhua reappeared before them with the results in the form of a piece of paper. There are many ranks within the Eternal Lotuses. From the lowest to the highest, Green Lotus, Blue Lotus, Yellow Lotus, Red Lotus, and lastly Violet Lotus. If you'd acquired above 80 points in the examination, you'll start out as a Blue Lotus. If you scored below 80 points, you will start at the lowest, Green Lotus. There really isn't much of a difference between each rank between the Green Lotus and the Yellow Lotus, so you don't have to worry about being treated differently. The only thing different about each rank will be your training schedule. Everyone will receive fair treatment, meaning that regardless of your rank, you'll receive the same support as your fellow sisters who may have a lower or higher rank. However, that doesn't mean you can ignore seniority within the ranks. And in order to incentivize you to increase your position within the faction, I will be allowing those who reach the rank of Red Lotus to train a Heaven rank cultivation technique, and those who reach Violet Lotus to learn a Divine rank cultivation technique. The same one that I am currently cultivating. The newcomers were shocked to learn this information, as they weren't aware that someone else besides player Yuan had acquired a Divine rank cultivation technique. After all, the world announcement only lets the players know of the first person to obtain a certain rank and not the others, so unless one announced it, nobody would know about it. As for everyone else, you will be allowed to cultivate using an Earth rank cultivation technique. Of course, this isn't mandatory. If you're satisfied with your current cultivation technique, you may continue cultivating with it. Bai Lianhua said to them. And she continued, Now allow me to talk about the rules. There are very few rules within the Eternal Lotuses compared to the other factions, but we take these rules very seriously. 1. You are not allowed to harm another member in any way unless you're both sparring against each other during an official match or during practice. Depending on the severity, you will be demoted or receive fewer resources for a certain amount of time. If severe enough, we might even kick you out of the faction. 2. You are not to leak any information you learn from this place outside. What happens inside this place stays inside. Once again, depending on the severity and information you leaked, you will be punished accordingly. 3. You will not do anything that will harm or tarnish the faction's reputation. Depending on the situation, we'll punish you accordingly. 4. You will listen to your senior's orders as long as it's a lawful order. Last but not least, you will not betray the faction or any of its members in any fashion. If you're caught doing so, getting kicked out of the faction will be the least of your worries. That's all I have for you. You will learn more about the faction and its members as you live with us. Training begins tomorrow morning after breakfast, which starts at sunrise and ends 2 hours later. Good night, senior Bai, the new members said to her. After Bai Lianhua left the scene, one of the members wearing a uniform with red lotuses on it said to them, "Before you all retire for the night, you need to receive your uniforms. If you've scored above 80 points today, stand on the right, and if you've scored below, stand on the left." Yu Rou then made her way to the right side while Xia Jingyi, who missed 80 points by only 3 points, stood on the left. Once everyone was in line, they followed the Red Lotus member to receive their uniforms. Every member received 3 pairs of uniforms. You only really need 2 pairs of uniforms since you'll have your uniforms washed every day, but just in case you destroy one, you're given a third. If you're ever down to just 2 uniforms, ask for another one. Also, senior sister Bai didn't mention this, but if you intend on leaving the faction for whatever reason, you must speak with her before you're allowed to do so. Though I don't understand why anyone would want to leave this paradise. If you cannot tell already, compared to the other factions, we're quite lenient and very fair towards our members as long as they don't do anything stupid. However, don't take advantage of senior sister Bai's kindness because if you anger her, let's just say you don't want to see her angry. Sometime later, Yu Rou and the others returned to their rooms with their new uniforms. After a quick shower and dinner, they went to sleep and prepared themselves for training tomorrow. Chapter 525. Once a week. Early in the morning before sunrise, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi left their rooms after washing their face. Yu Rou was already used to waking up this early in the morning as a Yuan's caretaker, so she wasn't bothered by it. Xia Jingyi, however, had struggled to wake up. If it wasn't for Yu Rou, who pulled her blanket from her bed, she wouldn't have woken up. "Thank you for waking me up, Sister Rou. It's only the first day of training, and I am already troubling you." Xia Jingyi sighed as they made their way to the cafeteria. "Don't mention it." A few minutes later, they arrived before a 4-story tall building that was the size of a mini-mall. "This is the cafeteria?" Xia Jingyi looked up at the building with a dazed look on her face. Yu Rou looked at the map given to them last night and nodded. "This should be the right place. Look, there are plenty others coming to this place. We are definitely in the right place." Yu Rou added. "This place is just a small city in the middle of the wilderness. I wonder how long did it take them to build this place?" Xia Jingyi wondered out loud. Probably not long based on what Grandma Yin told us about this place. Anyways, let's go inside and see what they have. The two of them entered the building a few moments later, and to their surprise, there were food stores on every single floor with at least 6 unique stores and restaurants on each floor. "I was just thinking to myself how life will be for us when the nearest city is 3 hours away. I guess this answers it." Yu Rou mumbled in a low voice. With this many restaurants and variety of foods, they definitely won't get bored of the food here anytime soon. "If the other places are anything like this, I wouldn't mind living here forever," Xia Jingyi said. The two of them proceeded to spend a couple of minutes looking for a restaurant to eat at. They finished eating in half an hour, and used their remaining time to look around the place. Once it was almost time for training, Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi went separate ways since they were of different ranks, meaning they trained differently. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away inside Yuan's apartment, Yuan just finished his daily routine and prepared to wash himself. Yuan, are you sure you don't need any help? How are you washing your back? Meishiu asked him before he entered the bathroom. It's a little difficult, but I can manage, he said. You know you don't have to do everything yourself. I know you want to rely on yourself now that you can finally move, but you should rely on others as well. At this rate, I will have nothing else to do besides cooking and cleaning the apartment, but who knows when you'll take that away from me too? Meishiu said in a sighing voice. Yuan stopped to ponder for a moment. I am still technically your caretaker, Yuan. Let me assist you like I was trained. You can do everything else yourself. After all, I don't want to feel like I detrained for nothing. Hearing her words, Yuan said to her, Sorry, I haven't taken your feelings into consideration. Can you please help me wash my back? Of course. Meishiu quickly responded. They entered the bathroom together a few moments later. Take a seat, Meishiu said to him. Yuan nodded and sat on a small bathroom chair. Meishiu then rinsed his body with water before rubbing his back with her soapy hands. Once his back was covered in soap, Meishiu asked him, Shall I wash the front too? If you don't mind, he said. I don't, she responded and walked to the front before squatting down. A moment later, she started rubbing her soft hands on his refined body. Starting from the top then moving straight to his legs, Meishiu washed every inch of his body. Once there was only a single area left, Meishiu cleared her throat and asked, Do you want me to wash that part too? Meishiu expected Yuan to refuse, but to her surprise Yuan repeated, If you don't mind. Meishiu took a deep breath and started washing his cute snake. However, that cute snake quickly woke up and turned into a ferocious dragon. Seeing this, Meishiu asked him, Have you relieved this part recently? To tell you the truth, I have tried to do it by myself, even mimicking your movements, but I can't get it to work. It just doesn't feel the same, he said in a sighing voice. I understand. Then allow me to do it for you. And don't you dare use divine sense while I am doing this. Meishiu said in a bashful voice, and she began relieving him. Yuan's body quickly started trembling with delight from Meixia's skillful techniques, feeling a certain sensation that he couldn't replicate by himself for some reason. A few minutes later, Yuan released his stress all over the floor. According to my research, a man should relieve himself at least daily, which comes with certain health benefits. If you want, I can help you every day. Meishiu said to him as she washed the sticky white stuff away with the shower head. Every day. Yuan hesitated this time. If that's too much, we can do it once every other day, or even once a week, she said. Once a week sounds good enough. I understand. Then in addition to washing your body, I will help you relieve your stress once a week, Meishiu said. Okay, but you don't have to help wash my body every time I want to rinse my body after sweating from my exercise. Then I will help you whenever you take your last shower for the day. Okay, he nodded in agreement. And thus, their life continued in this manner for the next 2 weeks, with Yuan spending most of his day training his body, while Meishiu cultivated normally and did the housework. Before they were aware, it has been almost a month since Yuan visited the Cultivators Association, meaning that it was about time for him to visit the spirit masters had met at that time to learn more about cultivation and their history. Chapter 526, Taking the Airplane. You want to go like this? Meishiu spoke as she watched Yuan retrieve his wheelchair before sitting on it. Yes, I will disguise myself once I arrive at that place, he nodded. I guess that makes sense. Will you be able to carry the luggage as well? Yuan then asked. Yes, I will be fine. Meishiu responded in a calm voice as she carried a massive backpack on her back that looked incredibly heavy. Despite its frightening appearance, the backpack mostly had clothes and some other light objects, so it wasn't actually that heavy. Not that it would matter to Meishiu, who could lift a car with her bare hands and without breaking a sweat. Since they don't know when they'll return, Meishiu packed a little more clothes than usual. Of course, if they needed anything, they had plenty of money to buy them. Once they were prepared, Meishiu left the apartment with Yuan and took a taxi to the airport. Meishiu showed their tickets that had been purchased beforehand to the worker at the airport. First class. The worker was surprised to see two youngsters riding first class that would normally cost tens of thousands of dollars. Meishiu then handed her large backpack to the worker so that they could put it on the plane for them. After checking in, Meishiu took Yuan to the terminal with their flight. The flight should be here in an hour, she said to Yuan after sitting down. Okay. Time passed slower than usual while they waited for the plane, but it eventually arrived, and they were the first on board due to their first-class ticket. Normally, if one were to ride commercial or even business class, they would only get seats, but for Yuan and Meishiu flying first class, they got a whole room to themselves. The room didn't have much space, but it had a bed and a bathroom. Of course, the most important thing was their privacy, as they didn't have to deal with the other passengers. Once they entered their room, Yuan stood up from his wheelchair and stretched his body. It's been a while since I last sat in that position for so long. My body is feeling stiff from it. He sighed. How long is the flight again? Yuan asked Meishiu after taking a seat on the bed. 26 hours. It's even longer than Rouse flight? Heavens. We can go back home now if you want. Meishiu said in a slightly joking voice. After coming all the way here? I'd rather not. The plane started moving about half an hour after they boarded it. During their flight, Yuan would lay on the bed and read the magazines provided by the plane. Since they were in the air and the plane was quite shaky, it made cultivation very difficult, so they didn't even bother with it. The flight attendants would knock on their door every few hours to provide them with luxurious food that was expected from first class. If they needed anything to drink, they only needed to call the flight attendants back with the press of a button. Obviously, this wasn't Yuan or Meixia's first time flying in an airplane, especially Yuan, who was used to flying all around the world to play the instrument for the Yu family. Eventually, it was time to sleep, but they encountered a problem. There was only one bed in their room. Although the bed was more than enough to fit the both of them, this would be their first time actually sharing a bed. Are you not going to sleep? Yuan asked her as he laid on one side of the bed in a casual manner. You don't mind sharing the bed? Meishiu asked. Why would I? Or did you expect me to tell you to sleep on the floor? No. Meishiu quickly gave up and got onto the bed with him. Yuan quickly fell asleep, but Meishiu was struggling to do so with Yuan being so close to her. Why am I so nervous? Nothing will happen even if we sleep on the same bed, and we have already done things much worse than sharing a bed. Meishiu eventually managed to convince herself that it wasn't that much of a deal sharing a bed with Yuan. However, when she woke up the next day, she would find one of Yuan's hands groping her breast. Of course, Yuan was still asleep, being completely unaware of his actions. After her initial shock, Meishiu merely shook her head and gently removed his hands from her chest without making a big deal out of it. Yuan woke up shortly afterward. Good morning, Meishiu, he said to her. Good morning. She pretended the accident never happened. How long has it been since we left? Yuan asked. Meishiu looked at the time and said, We have another 10 hours. I see. And for the remainder of the last 10 hours, Yuan would practice his divine sense by using it to look around the airplane until he was exhausted and needed to recover. Once he recovered, Yuan would use his divine sense and repeat the next steps. What are they doing inside the bathroom? Yuan accidentally peeked inside the bathroom and found two passengers, one male and one female, doing some weird stuff in the bathroom that had barely any space. What are you talking about? Meishiu asked him since he spoke out loud just now. Yuan proceeded to explain what he was witnessing with his divine sense. Meixia's face immediately flushed with redness after hearing the details and realizing what Yuan was watching. Stop watching them. It's rude to intrude on their privacy. Meishiu quickly said to him. Sorry, but I have never seen anything like that before, so I was kind of distracted by it. Yuan retracted his divine sense the next moment. Yet the scene had just witnessed was still clear inside his head. Meishiu released a profound sigh afterward, silently hoping to herself that Yuan doesn't ask her for more details about what had just witnessed. Chapter 527. Helicopter Service. Ding. We will be arriving at Yang City in 2 hours. An announcer spoke on the speaker shortly after Yuan stopped using his divine sense. Only 2 hours left, huh? I cannot wait. Yuan laid on the bed, feeling like it's been forever since he last breathed fresh air. And for the last 2 hours, Yuan decided to order the entire menu available on the airplane and indulged himself in their food. 2 hours later, the plane began descending back to the ground. Once they landed, Yuan took a seat in the wheelchair and waited until Meishio pushed him outside. Thank you for flying with Royal Airlines. The flight attendants bowed to them as they left the airplane and into Yang City's airport. Meishio then led Yuan outside the airport and into the unknown streets before taking a taxi to the Jaded Garden. Would like to go to the Jaded Garden, Meishio said to the driver after entering the taxi with Yuan, who immediately turned to look at them with a baffled look on his face. You want to go to the Jaded Garden? The man asked her again for confirmation, almost as though he couldn't believe it. Yes, is there anything wrong with that? The man nodded and said, you won't be able to enter the Jaded Garden in any vehicle that doesn't fly. Despite its name, it's actually in the middle of a mountain valley 8 hours away from Yang City. I can get you close to that place, but I cannot enter the mountain range. Is that so? What should we do? Meishio asked Yuan. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. You said any vehicle that doesn't fly, which means we can take a plane or helicopter there, right? Are there any services that allow us to travel on helicopters? There is one 3 hours away from this place, but it won't be cheap. Can you take us there instead? Yuan said. Sure thing. The fee will be. After paying the driver the fee for the trip, the taxi driver immediately stepped on the pedal and began driving them. About 3 hours later, they arrived at this tall building with multiple agencies working inside. Thanks a bunch. Once they left the taxi, Meishio entered the building with Yuan still in the wheelchair. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist waved at them the moment she noticed them. Meishio approached the receptionist and said, Good morning, I heard there's a helicopter service here? Yes, that's correct. Where are you trying to go? Jade Garden. Jaded Garden, huh? It's not that far away, but due to the high terrains and foggy environment in that place that makes it difficult to traverse even in the air, the price will increase exponentially. If you're okay with that, please fill out this piece of paper and we'll get to you. Meishio took the paper and looked at its contents that asked for their basic information. What should I do? Should I use an alias? Meishio asked Yuan for advice. I think you can use my real identity since I am basically a nobody here, Yuan said. Okay. Meishio then filled out the paper using Tian's identity that has long been forgotten. Furthermore, even if they somehow link Yuan to Tian, they won't be able to find him unless they speak with the Yu family, or those that know his identity. Here you go. Meishio handed the paper back to the receptionist after filling it out. Thank you. Please give me a minute to calculate the price of the trip. Also, will this be a one-way or a round trip? If you choose a round trip, we will land and stay at a certain location until you return. However, you'll have to pay a certain fee for every single day we wait. We'll do a round trip. If we no longer need the service, can we cancel the round trip? Meishio asked. Of course, but you'll still have to pay the fee depending on how many days you made the pilot wait regardless if you return or not. That sounds good. Meishio nodded. The receptionist then took a couple of minutes to calculate the cost. The total amount will cost $50,000 for a round trip, not including the waiting time. The waiting fee will be $1,000 for every 24 hours we wait at that location. Here. Meishio placed their debit card on the desk without any hesitation despite the ride costing a whopping $50,000. Clearly, that amount of money wasn't enough to make her even raise an eyebrow. The receptionist gladly accepted their card and charged them $50,000. I have notified the pilot of your ride. It should be ready within 2 hours. Please wait in the guest room until then. It's that room over there. The receptionist pointed to the room at the end of the hall. Meishio and Yuan proceeded to wait inside the guest room until their ride was ready. A little over 2 hours later, the receptionist knocked on the door before entering their room with a blond middle-aged man wearing a uniform. Hello, esteemed guests. Your ride is ready, and he will be your pilot. The middle-aged man greeted them with a smile on his face. My name is Jean. I have over 20 years of experience, and I have traveled to the Jaded Garden over 100 times in my career without a single accident, so you can rely on me. Meixiu and Yuan then followed the pilot to the back of the building, where there was a large empty field alongside a couple of helicopters idling inside a hangar. The helicopter they were going to ride was already prepared, and was waiting for them to board in the middle of the track. After boarding the helicopter, the pilot took a few minutes to explain some rules to them. Do you guys have experience with helicopters? Jean asked them after explaining the rules. Yes, we do. Meixiu nodded. I figured. Then let's go. We should arrive at the Jaded Garden in an hour, Jean said as he operated the helicopter, taking them into the air. Chapter 528, Jaded Garden. Mister, you mentioned that you'd traveled to the Jaded Garden multiple times, right? Do you know the families that live there such as the Wang family? Can you tell us a little about that place as well? Yuan asked the pilot as they traveled in the air. Of course. The Jaded Garden is a unique place that's home to the 6 spiritual families, and the Wang family is one of these families. The 6 spirit families is an alliance of sorts between 6 separate powerful families, but not much is known about them, as they have only revealed themselves recently, quickly becoming powerhouses within the cultivation world. In fact, the Jaded Garden used to be a secluded area, but ever since cultivation became known to the world, they began opening their doors to outsiders, even taking some people in as disciples. Is this why you're traveling to that place? Jean asked them. Something like that. Yuan nodded. Well, good luck. It won't be easy joining their faction. From what I've heard, they have many cultivation geniuses that have already reached Spirit Warrior within their background, but I don't know whether that information is true or fake, and it's quite hard to believe that there are already people that have reached Spirit Warrior. Many Spirit Warriors. Yuan mumbled. If they'd known about cultivation for hundreds of years now, it wouldn't be weird if they had Spirit Warriors, and even Spirit Master was possible as they'd already proved to him. In fact, it would be weird if they didn't. About half an hour later, they arrived before a mountain valley that was enveloped in thick fog. Can you even navigate inside such a thick fog? Meixiu asked when she saw the fog in the distance. Yes, it'll be fine. It's only foggy at the entrance and high altitudes which we must travel because of the tall mountains. Once we pass the mountain, we can start to descend into the valley where there isn't as much fog. As for the navigating through the fog, we have an autopilot system prepared just for this, allowing the helicopter to autopilot itself through the fog at a predetermined path, Jean explained to them. I see. Meixiu nodded. And just like Head said, Jean made the helicopter go into autopiloting mode once they reached the fog. After another half an hour, they could feel the helicopter descending towards the ground. A few moments later, their helicopter emerged from the fog and entered a vast but clear plain in the middle of a mountain valley. We have safely entered the Jaded Garden. We will arrive at the landing site in 10 minutes. Jean said to them as he regained control over the helicopter. Although he could have continued to let the helicopter fly on autopilot, he enjoyed controlling the helicopter personally. 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed in a spacious land that had a couple of helicopters that belonged to others parked. Hey, race my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Jean handed Meixiu a business card that had his name and phone number. Also, I can only stay here for 30 days maximum before I have to return to the agency. If you stay longer than that but still wish to return with me, you'll have to purchase another ride with the agency including the waiting fee. Jean warned them. As for where I will stay, Jean pointed to a building a few hundred meters in the distance and said, I will be there if you cannot call me for any reason. I understand. Meixiu nodded. Before they left, Yuan asked Jean, Mister, can I leave my wheelchair here in the helicopter? I don't mind. Jean nodded his head, but he was definitely taken by surprise by Yuan's question. After all, why would someone who had to travel in a wheelchair leave it behind? Does he intend on letting the young lady carry him the whole time? Thanks. Yuan then stood up from the wheelchair without any effort before folding it and putting it inside the helicopter, leaving Jean dumbfounded. By the way, which direction do we go? Meishiu then asked, as she couldn't see any cities or buildings beside the one Jean pointed to in the area. It's 3 miles that way. Jean pointed in a certain direction and he continued, unfortunately, there are no taxi services in this area, so you'll have to walk there. That's fine. Let's go, Yuan said. Meishiu and Yuan then quickly left the scene. And since they weren't in a hurry, they walked very slowly, quietly enjoying the environment and fresh air. I have never smelt such fresh air before, Yuan said after he took a few deep breaths. Yes, this place has very clean and high-quality air. Every single breath I take makes me feel cleaner inside. Meishiu agreed with him. After walking for an hour, Meishiu could finally see some tall buildings in the distance. We're almost there, she said to Yuan since he couldn't see that far with his divine sense. Here you go. She then handed Yuan his black mask before wearing one herself. A couple more minutes later, they arrived before a large gate where a few guards stood. The guards quickly noticed their presence, and one of them said, "That person is wearing a black mask. Do you think he's the person Senior Wang warned us about? What was his name again?" "His name is Yuan," said another. They were clearly instructed to be on the lookout for a person wearing a mask. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishiu finally arrived before these guards. "Hello, is there a Yuan amongst you too?" one of the guards asked them. "That's right. I am Yuan." Yuan responded in a calm voice. "I understand. Please wait for a minute. We have already sent someone to notify Senior Wang. She should be here shortly." "Okay." Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to wait some more until the guard that left to find Senior Wang returned to the site with her beside him. Chapter 529, Spiritual Elites. Thank you for taking your time to come to our Jaded Garden, Yuan. Senior Wang bowed to him in a respectful manner despite their difference in age. In the world of cultivation, one's strength and ability were more valued than one's age. So one must respect the other if they were stronger regardless of their ages. If it weren't for the fact that they were at the same cultivation level, she would have addressed Yuan as Senior Yuan. The guards didn't know that Yuan was also a spirit master like Senior Wang. So her actions left them dumbfounded for a good moment, as they have never seen her act so respectful towards a junior. "I am here because I want to know more about cultivation, and your background," Yuan spoke in a calm voice. "Of course. That's why we requested for your presence." Senior Wang nodded. "Please follow me." They then followed Senior Wang inside the gates. "The others aren't aware of your presence yet, so allow us some time to prepare," Senior Wang said to them as they walked. "What is this place?" Yuan asked her. Although he learned a little about the Jaded Garden from the pilot, he wanted to hear about it from someone who lives here. The Jaded Garden is a special place created by the 6 spiritual families where our branches live in harmony as proof of our alliance. However, that isn't the main reason we created this place. The Jaded Garden is actually a training spot for the 6 spiritual families where we send our juniors to learn about cultivation and become cultivators. It used to be a secluded area for many centuries, but now that cultivation is known to the entire world, we decided to open up this place and use it as the headquarters for our new cultivation faction known as the Spiritual Elites. Spiritual Elites, Yuan repeated in a muttering voice, and he asked, "What are the requirements to join the faction?" Senior Wang smiled and said, "Are you interested? If you want to join, we'll accept you right away." "That wasn't my intention," Yuan quickly responded. "Too bad. Maybe we can change your mind later. Anyways, we only have 2 requirements for those who want to join our faction. 1, you must be under the age of 21. And lastly, you must be at the very least at the 8th level of Spirit Apprentice. 8th level Spirit Apprentice below the age of 21? So everyone above the age of 21 will be automatically disqualified regardless of their cultivation levels? That isn't very fair since the majority of people in this world have only started cultivating a couple of months ago," Meishiu said. "That is correct, as we only want young people with potential. Even if you're extremely talented, if you start cultivating at the age of 21, You will not achieve as much as someone who has inferior talents but started cultivating at a much younger age. Senior Wang responded. And she continued, for example, between two individuals, one who started cultivating at the age of 10 and one who started at the age of 21. The person who started at the age of 10 will have 11 years of experience by the time he's 21, and will generally achieve more in his life than the person who started at 21 years old. One might argue that the gap doesn't really matter if the person who started cultivating at the age of 21 had immense talents that allowed him to ignore his setback, but these people are too few and far in between. However, if someone like that does exist, we could simply make an exception for them. Senior Wang's gaze glanced at Yuan for a brief moment when she said that sentence. By the way, this place has existed for over 500 years. 500 years? Just how long have you guys known about cultivation? Yuan couldn't help but ask. I can't tell you the exact date since we also don't know, but let's just say we've known about cultivation since we can remember. Senior Wang said. I see. What's the highest cultivation someone has achieved? Yuan then asked. Spirit Master, she quickly responded. Even the most talented genius within the 6 spiritual families has only achieved the 3rd-level Spirit Master before he perished. I don't think it's possible to reach any higher due to the lack of qi in this world, and a lack of good techniques. The existence of cultivation online might change that since we'll be able to acquire better cultivation techniques, but that won't fix the issue with the lack of qi. Anyways, we are here. Please wait a bit for me to gather the others. Senior Wang said as they arrived before a large pond that had a couple of buildings built on top of the water. This reminded Yuan of the Dragon Pavilion inside the Dragon Essence Temple. Senior Wang then led Yuan and Meishio to the largest pavilion there. Once Yuan and Meishio sat down around a large round table made of marble, Senior Wang said, I will now gather the others. Senior Wang left the scene shortly after, leaving the two of them alone in this place. What do you think? Yuan suddenly asked. What do you mean? What do you think of this place and Senior Wang? Can we trust them? Meishio pondered for a moment before speaking. I don't know, that Senior Wang seemed pretty respectful and friendly, but we can never be too careful. Yuan nodded and said, I think so too. Anyways, while I am Yuan, I will be acting a little different than usual to not give away my identity, and to make sure they take me seriously. And I kind of gave myself a serious and unfriendly image at the Cultivators Association. I kind of figured since you felt a little different than normal since we have arrived at this place, Meishio said. And she added, I will also try to act differently. About 15 minutes later, Senior Wang returned to the lake with 5 other individuals, all of them with an elderly appearance. Chapter 530, 6 Spiritual Families. That's Player Yuan? What an unfathomable aura. I can feel it even this far away. One of the seniors there spoke in a low voice as they approached the lake. I didn't believe when you told me that he was a spirit master, but now that I am seeing him personally, heavens! Do you think he's from a secluded family? I don't want to believe that Head managed to achieve that level after was introduced. Another one said. We'll find out in just a moment. A few moments later, Senior Wang and the 5 seniors stood in front of Yuan and Meishio on the other side of the table, and they started introducing themselves. Once again, I am surnamed Wang from the Wang family, from one of the 6 spiritual families, and I am a Grand Elder. I am surnamed Wu from the Wu family. I believe we have met at the Cultivators Association as well. Surnamed Shi, and we have also met at the Cultivators Association. My surname is Li, surnamed Shi. And my surname is Hong. Yuan stood up and said in a calm voice, My name is Yuan and this is my caretaker. Meishio stood up and said, surnamed Feng. Since Yuan gave himself an alias, Meishio decided to do the same, especially since her recent incident that made her name public, and she picked Feng Yuxiang's surname as her alias. Allow us to welcome you to the Jaded Garden once again, Yuan. Whether you believe it or not, your presence here means a great deal to us. Senior Wang said to him with a respectful bow by clasping her hands together. The other elders did the same. A moment later, they all sat around the marble table. There's a lot to talk about, But let us start with our background, Senior Wang said. And she continued, the 6 spiritual families have existed for thousands of years, but we were not always this peaceful with each other. In fact, we used to be at war with each other until 300 years ago. Senior Wu then continued. However, there was one thing we all agreed upon even during our times of war, and that was to keep the existence of cultivation a secret. Thus, we have managed to keep cultivation a secret from the public while silently cultivating ourselves. Senior Ji then said, that's the purpose of this place, to train our juniors together. It's like a sect, the same ones you see in, but we're much smaller. If you'd like, we can even show you around the place afterward. I'd like that, Yuan said, as he was curious what a modern-day sect would look like and how it compared to the sects within. The elders continued to spend a couple more minutes talking about their family's history before one of them asked, Yuan, can you tell us a little more about yourself? If you want to keep your identity hidden, that's perfectly fine. What about your cultivation level? When did you start cultivating? He nodded and said, as you already know, I am a spirit master, but I only recently achieved this level. As for how long I have been cultivating, shortly after I began playing cultivation online, I guess. Aya. The elders there suddenly released stressful sighs, and all of them held a defeated expression on their faces for some reason. I was hoping you'd started cultivating many years ago, so we don't look as bad before your talents. But alas, you have managed to achieve Spirit Master in less than a year while it took all of us over 100 years to reach Spirit Master. The difference is like heaven and hell. No, it's incomparable. One of the elders there expressed his distress. Why is there such injustice under this heavens? Another sighed. After a few moments of contemplating their lives, the elders eventually gave up and said, do you want to take a look around the place? Sure, he nodded. Although the elders wanted to ask more questions about him, they didn't dare to ask them, as they were afraid of offending him. After all, it was clear to them that Yuan wanted to keep his identity a secret, and as people who have kept cultivation from the world for centuries, they knew very well what Yuan was feeling and his thoughts, so they purposefully avoided asking him questions that could reveal his identity. Furthermore, they believed that if they earned his trust, there was a good chance that he would reveal his identity willingly. Until then, they will have to approach him with caution. Yuan's talent that allowed him to reach Spirit Master in less than a year was something incomprehensible for these elders that used to be the top genius within their generation. What do you think of the cultivation world this far? Senior Wang asked him as they walked around him like a group of grandparents and their grandchildren. Although it has its flaws, I genuinely enjoy the cultivation world within Cultivation Online, but whether cultivation is a good thing or a bad thing for this world, I still don't know yet, he calmly responded. I agree. Everything was fine before since there were only very few of us that knew about cultivation if you consider the world's population, but now that everyone is aware of cultivation, I fear what might happen in the future. This is also why we opened up the Jaded Garden to the public to attract talents, because we fear the future and want to prepare ourselves before it's too late. What do you mean? Yuan asked her, his interest piqued. You see, inside an ancient scroll left behind by our ancestors, there is a prophecy that when the world starts cultivation, there will be a calamity. A calamity? Yuan raised his eyebrows behind the mask, as did Meishio. Yes, a calamity will befall upon this world, propelling this world into chaos, Senior Wang said in a sighing voice. This is another reason why we decided to keep cultivation a secret from the world. If you want, I can show you the scroll after the tour. Okay, he quickly said. Chapter 531, Underrated. Hey look, it's the Grand Elders. Who are those 2 masked individuals with them? The people there quickly took notice of their presence, as the Grand Elders were incredibly influential and powerful people there. I have never seen them before. Me neither. They must be very important if they are being guided by the Grand Elders. While the disciples there tried to guess the identity of these 2 masked individuals, the Grand Elders led Yuan and Meishio around the Jaded Garden. This right here is the training hall. They first stopped before a large building and explained, "This is where the disciples are lectured and taught how to wield their weapons and cultivate. In other words, it's where they are taught how to fight." Although we don't really use our combat experience in the outside world, we often spar with each other so that we won't be powerless when we need to fight. It is also one of the most populated places in the entire Jaded Garden due to its purposes. The Grand Elders then led Yuan and Meixiu inside this building that had many floors. The first and second floor is dedicated to disciples who wish to learn the sword. Senior Wang said as she opened the door to a spacious gymnasium where hundreds of disciples could be seen practicing their sword techniques. The sword is the most popular weapon for cultivators due to its ease of use and its destructive prowess. That's why we have 2 entire floors dedicated to the sword. Yuan used his divine sense to watch a few of these disciples practicing their sword techniques. Then he noticed something, that their swords were enveloped by a thin layer of spiritual energy. They're using sword techniques? Are these techniques from or something from your families? Yuan decided to ask them. These sword techniques came from Wu family since it's their specialty, said Senior Wang. I see. If you'd like to learn the technique, you can join our faction and we'll let you learn as many techniques as you want, and we have over 20 different techniques combined, she said with a smile on her face. I will consider it, he said. Sometime later, they skipped the second floor since it was the same as the first floor, and went straight to the third floor. This floor is dedicated to disciples who wish to learn the spear and polearm, basically long-range melee weapons. The Shi family and Shi family are in charge of this floor since they're both experts with long-range weapons. Yuan silently watched the disciples practice this unfamiliar weapon for the next few minutes, as he has only fought very few opponents who use spears and polearms. The most notable fight he had with a long-range weapon was within the ancient Dragon City, when he had to fight many experts. 10 minutes later, they went to the fourth floor. This floor is dedicated to archery. It's a unique and underrated weapon in the cultivation world, and in our modern world they are usually used as a sport. A bow, huh? Now that you mention it. I don't think I have ever seen a bow wielder inside cultivation online. Why do you think they are so underrated? Yuan asked her. Well, for one, you have to aim using the bow, and people would rather use something more convenient, such as sword since you only need to swing it. Secondly, it requires much more skills and training to fully master the bow. Third, in the cultivation world where most people fight close quarters, you won't be able to use the bow efficiently unless you gain distance from your opponent, which is easier said than done. There are more reasons why people don't use the bow, but these are the main reasons. However, even if the weapon is underrated, it is by no means weak. Once you put the time to master the bow and how to fight with it, it could become an unstoppable weapon, and it would only become even more powerful if you have a partner that can protect you while you fight in the back. The bow can quickly become a nuisance and untouchable in the right situation and the right hands. Meixiu silently listened to Senior Wang talk about the bow. Although Shed intended on using her bare hands in cultivation online, she was starting to have thought about using the bow, as this will allow her to support Yuan from the rear without getting in his way. And with Yuan in front of her, she was confident that nobody will be able to get to her while she abuses their opponents from a distance. However, there was one issue, and that was she didn't have any experience with the bow. Although she has plenty of experience with a gun, she had zero when it comes to the bow. Twang. The sound of strings trembling would constantly resound in the room as a little under 100 disciples practiced their aiming skills on their targets. A couple of minutes later, they made their way to the fifth floor. The fifth and sixth floor is the last 2 floors to this tower, and they are both dedicated to cultivation since the bottom floors are usually the loudest. We also have private cultivation rooms that are completely soundproof just in case. There isn't anything fancy like formations in this place, but this place is mostly for ordinary disciples. Elite disciples and us elders usually cultivate at the immortal caves, where the spiritual energy is much denser. There are immortal caves in this world? Yuan was truly surprised to hear this. Do you want to see them later? Senior Wang asked him with a profound glint in her gaze. She knew that this could potentially convince him to join their faction. Of course, he quickly nodded. Then let's make our way to the sparring area. It's on the way to the Immortal Caves, Senior Wang said, and they left the building shortly after. Chapter 532, A Friendly Exchange. After leaving the training area, the Grand Elders led Yuan and Meishio to the sparring area that was an open field with multiple stages available, and there was even a spectators area. When they arrived at the sparring area, they could see a couple of disciples sparring with each other on the stages, but all of them were fighting without any weapons. Most disciples come here for training and experience, but it's also very common for disciples with grievances to come here to release their stress or simply to settle things. Although they get out of hand sometimes, killing or serious injuries that could cripple another are not allowed, or they will be crippled and be forced to work as a servant in one of the 6 spiritual families. Senior Sure explained to them. Of course, since we risk them revealing the existence of cultivation to the world, we cannot allow them to simply leave the family, so they can either choose to work as a servant or be killed. To be a servant or to be killed. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Then he asked, others can also leak this information, so does this mean that disciples are not allowed to communicate with the outside world? You are correct. Most of us live a secluded lifestyle, and when we go outside, we are only allowed to communicate with the other cultivation families. Though trusted individuals and high-ranking elders such as ourselves are allowed to communicate with the mortal world. Yuan sighed inwardly after learning about their secluded lifestyle. He couldn't imagine living such a boring life, where you can only communicate with those around you, but fortunately for them, they had other families to keep each other accompanied. However, compared to the majority of his life, where he was secluded within his own room for many years with barely any interaction with others, it was still much better. After watching the disciples spar for a couple of minutes, one of the Grand Elders suddenly said, Fellow Taoist Yuan, if it isn't too much to ask, can I request for a friendly exchange with you? Yuan turned to look at the old man who just asked this question and said in a calm voice, You want to spar with me? Yes. The old man confirmed. You can't be serious right now, Elder Shi, Senior Wang said with a slight frown on her face. I don't mind, Yuan suddenly said. He then continued, However, I will only be dodging your attacks if you don't mind. Only dodging? Elder Shi raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Yes, you can attack me as you like, and if you manage to hit me even once, I will consider it my loss. Yuan nodded. There were a few reasons as to why Yuan made this suggestion, but the biggest reason as to why he would only be dodging is simply because he has 0 experience in fighting in his current body. Although he has plenty of experience in cultivation online, things were different in this world, and he didn't have his sword with him. Furthermore, he wanted to test out the movement technique that had been practicing for the past month, and see how effective it was against the top cultivators of this world. Good luck, Yuan, Meishio said to him before they entered the stage. Elder Zai's presence quickly attracted everyone's attention within the sparring area. Look, Elder Shi is going onto the stage. Is he going to spar with that masked person? Who is that individual? Does anyone know? The people there quickly surrounded the stage with Elder Shi and Yuan. Whenever you're ready, Elder Shi said to Yuan as they stood a couple of meters away from each other. Attack me whenever you're ready, Yuan then said. Then here I come. Elder Shi immediately rushed forward with incredible speed, arriving before Yuan a second later. However, Yuan remained standing there without moving a single muscle. The spectators thought that was because he couldn't react to Elder Zai's speed, but they quickly realized how wrong they were when Yuan barely dodged Elder Zai's attack right before the strike landed. Elder Shi wasn't too surprised that his attack had been avoided since he was just testing Yuan, so he continued to throw his hands at Yuan, using basic martial arts. This guy. What a fearsome movement technique. Elder Shi soon realized that Yuan would always barely avoid his attacks, meaning that Yuan was purposefully minimizing his movements to dodge flawless, while saving himself energy at the same time. Wow. Look at that masked person's movements. They are so profound. I have never seen anything like that before. Heavens! Where did he learn such a technique? This continued for over half an hour with Elder Shi being unable to touch even Yuan's clothes, much less the person himself. Elder Shi eventually stopped moving and said, I give up. You win this one, fellow Taoist Yuan. What? Did Elder Shi just called him Yuan? Could he be that famous player Yuan? What's he doing here? When the spectators heard Elder Shi addressing Yuan by his name, they all expressed great shock. However, if they thought about it, it made sense since only player Yuan could possibly be powerful enough to defeat their Grand Elder. You have me completely beaten without attacking me. I cannot imagine winning if you're allowed to attack. Elder Shi bowed to him afterward, not feeling bitter despite losing since he was well aware of their disparity. Thank you for the spar as well. It was a good experience. Yuan copied his movements and returned the bow. The other Grand Elders were speechless. Although Elder Shi and Yuan were both spirit masters, one had decades more experience than the other. Yet Elder Shi couldn't even touch Yuan's shadow after 30 minutes of trying? Just what kind of movement technique was he using? Let's head to the Immortal Caves now, shall we? Yuan said to the Grand Elders a moment later, snapping them out of their daze. All right, let's go. Senior Wang nodded her head, and they proceeded to leave the area shortly after. After they left, the spectators immediately began spreading news of player Yuan's presence within the Jaded Garden, that spread like wildfire. Chapter 533, Trial Disciple. What? Player Yuan is currently in the Jaded Garden? How is that possible? I am serious. I witnessed him spar with Elder Shi and win. He was even wearing his signature black mask. But why would player Yuan come here? Maybe he wants to join this faction? That would be incredible if that was true. Imagine being in the same faction as player Yuan. Well, become an unstoppable force. The disciples of spiritual elites were both baffled and excited by the news, and all of them wanted to meet player Yuan for themselves, but that was much easier said than done, as he was currently being escorted by all 6 Grand Elders. If they bother them, they would risk getting kicked out of the faction. Welcome to our Immortal Caves, Taoist Yuan. Senior, she said to him as they approached this small mountain that had a couple of cave entrances around it. Yuan took a deep breath, sucking in the fresh qi from the place. You're right. This place has an incredible amount of spiritual energy, Yuan said to them. Let me show you inside the Immortal Caves, Senior Wang said as she approached one of the cave entrances. Yuan followed her, and the closer they got to the cave, the stronger the spiritual energy became. Wow, this is an immortal cave? Yuan was speechless upon seeing the decoration inside that was the opposite of his expectations. Had expected the place to be a gloomy cave with nothing but rocks, but to his surprise, there was an entire room filled with furniture inside the immortal cave, and there was even a door. This is a modern-day immortal cave, Senior Wang said with a smile on her face. You probably expected something more boring, but cultivators in our day and age cultivate better in this kind of environment, Senior Wang said with a smile on her face. Look, there is even a bathroom in here. After showing Yuan around the place, Senior Wang said, If you join us, we can give you one of these immortal caves. Normally, only Grand Elders and the family heads are allowed to stay inside an immortal cave permanently, but we will make this an exception for you. I will consider it, Yuan said. Senior Wang began pondering when she heard his voice that carried a hint of disinterest. How about this Taoist Yuan? You can stay here for a month, or even a week as a disciple. You will gain access to the immortal caves and some of our techniques as if you are an official disciple, but you have no obligations to join us. And once your time as a trial disciple is over, you can decide whether you want to join us or not. A trial disciple? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't think they'd go this far just to invite him into their faction. What if I learn all of your techniques and decide not to join? Yuan then asked. Of course, we have already considered this possibility, and we're willing to take the risks. Senior Wang said, as the Grand Elders have spoken about this matter way before Yuan even arrived. Furthermore, while she didn't say it, she didn't believe that Yuan would be able to learn their techniques so quickly. While Yuan's cultivation speed is, without a doubt, heaven-defying, that didn't mean he was also as talented when it comes to comprehension. Most of their disciples needed many months to learn a single technique, and even their top geniuses required at least a week to learn a new technique. What do you think? Yuan turned to ask Meishio. I don't really care. Do as you wish, she calmly responded. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding his head. All right, well, stay here for a week. After all, it would be a shame if I left so quickly after traveling so much. Great. Then starting today, you will be part of our spiritual elites. We'll get your uniforms later, but if you don't want them, just let me know. It's okay, we have our own clothes, Yuan said. Although he agreed to join their faction temporarily, he didn't want to accept their uniform since that would make him look too much like an official disciple, and could even potentially create some misunderstandings. Sometime later, they left the Immortal Caves and Senior Wang spoke with the other Grand Elders regarding Yuan's decision to join the faction as a trial disciple. Of course, the Grand Elders were very ecstatic to hear this. Even if Yuan was only a trial disciple, and he decides to leave in a week, they will still have a connection with him at the very least. Taoist Yuan, which Immortal Cave would you like to use for your time here? Elder Shi asked him. I don't really care. Whichever one is available, I guess. The Immortal Cave I just showed you isn't occupied by anyone at the moment. You can use that one if you like. Senior Wang said. Okay. Yuan nodded. Senior Wang then retrieved a jade medallion from her clothes before offering it to Yuan. Take this. If you run into any trouble within the Jade Garden, you can use this medallion. Only those approved by the Grand Elders are allowed to carry this. And anyone that dares to challenge the medallion means they're challenging us, the Grand Elders. Yuan accepted the medallion without any hesitation. Then we will leave you alone now. If you need anything from us, you can find us at our family living quarters. Only family members are allowed to approach these living quarters, but you will be fine as long as you have the medallion on you, Senior Wang said. Once again, you may be a trial disciple, but you will have access to things that even normal disciples cannot reach. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. Thank you. Yuan nodded. The Grand Elders left the scene shortly after, leaving Yuan and Meishio alone. Why did you agree to stay here? Meishio suddenly asked him. During my spar with Elder Shi, I realized that I don't have any combat experience in this body, so I want to acquire some of that experience in this place. After all, I cannot dodge forever, and there are a lot of interesting things that I want to try out in this place, he said. Chapter 534, Training. Experience, huh? I agree. Meishio nodded. Are you also interested in something from this place? Yuan asked her. Yes, I want to try out archery, she responded. Archery? That's unexpected. I know, but I think it will be useful one day, she said. And she continued. What about you? It has to be the sword, right? Yes, but that's not all I want to do. I also want to try out the other weapons such as the spear and the rod. After all, the more I understand these weapons, the easier it will be for me when I have to fight opponents using these weapons. That makes sense. Meishio nodded. Sometime later, they entered the Immortal Cave and unpacked their luggage. Once that was all done, they made their way back to the training area. Oh, look at that person wearing the black mask. Isn't that player Yuan? The disciples around them quickly took notice of their presence due to their unique appearance. Is that really player Yuan? What if he's an imposter? There are plenty of people like him out there. In fact, anyone can claim to be player Yuan by wearing a mask. Although some people stared at Yuan in awe, there were also those that doubted his identity. After all, player Yuan was an incredibly mysterious individual whose identity isn't known by seemingly anyone. Furthermore, there have been far too many people faking to be player Yuan. Too many to count, and most of them do it to gain fame, or simply to obtain gifts from others, as everyone was seemingly trying to curry favors with player Yuan, hoping to learn his identity. Of course, due to how common fake player Yuans were, it was only logical for people to suspect the current player Yuan. But didn't he fight against Elder Shi and win? Who could possibly defeat a Grand Elder besides player Yuan? Another disciple asked. As if you can call that spar a fight. Elder, she wasn't even using his full strength, and that person had been dodging the entire time. You cannot call that a fight. It was more of a performance than anything. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio arrived at the training building. Yuan went straight into one of the sword training rooms and asked the instructor there, "Can I borrow a sword? I'd like to train with it." "You want to practice with the sword?" The instructor was baffled by his request. After snapping out of his daze, the instructor pointed to the side of the room where a couple of weapon shelves holding swords were located and said, "Go ahead. Most of them are wooden swords with metal as its interior, so it feels like a real sword. If you want a real sword, you'll need permission from the Grand Elders." "I understand." Yuan nodded and proceeded to walk over to the shelves before picking a sword randomly. "Wow, this thing does feel pretty heavy. I am not used to feeling this much weight," he said after picking it up and swinging it around a couple of times. "But you wield an even larger sword in Cultivation Online," Meishio said with her eyebrows raised. "The sword may be big, and it may seem heavy, but it actually weighs almost to nothing for me since I am its master," he said. After picking up the sword and getting comfortable with it, Yuan said to Meishio, "Can you bring me to a spacious area that doesn't have many people?" Since he couldn't see the entire gymnasium even with his divine sense, he asked for her help. Meishio looked around the place before saying, "Follow me." Yuan then followed her. The gymnasium was incredibly big enough for them to walk a couple of minutes without stopping. Once they stopped, Yuan used his divine sense to make sure there wasn't anyone around them. "Stand back a little. I don't want to hurt you by accident," Yuan said to Meishio. Meishio nodded and took a couple of steps back, until she was many meters away from him. Once he was alone, Yuan took a deep breath and recalled his experience in Cultivation Online. Although his body wasn't the same, his memories and experience within Cultivation Online were real. After standing there for a few minutes without doing anything, Yuan began moving his body, calmly swinging his sword around. Each of his swings was incredibly precise and powerful. The other disciples in the gymnasium could see a small arc of wind appearing in front of Yuan every time he swung the sword, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air, as none of them could replicate such a phenomenon. Impressive. The instructor also watched Yuan practice his sword swings with awe. Although there were no sword techniques behind Yuan's sword swings, his sword still emitted a profound aura, and every swing left a deep impression on the disciples there. Yuan proceeded to practice with his sword for the next hour without any disruptions. Sometime later, Yuan stopped swinging the sword and turned to look at Meishio, who looked a little bored. "Meishio, you can go practice archery if you're bored of watching me." "Are you sure?" Meishio asked him. "Yes, I will probably be here for a while working up a sweat. I will find you when I am done if you're not finished by then," he confirmed. "Okay. I will see you later." Meishio nodded and made her way to the 4th floor, where the disciples were practicing archery. Once she entered the room, Meishio looked around until she found someone who looked like the instructor and walked up to her. "Hello, I'd like to try archery," Meishio said to her. The middle-aged woman turned to look at Meishio, who was wearing a black mask. "Are you with?" Meishio nodded. "Yes, I am." "Have you used a bow before?" The bow instructor then asked. "No, I have not." "That's perfectly fine. Follow me to an open aisle. I will teach you the basics," the instructor said with a friendly smile on her face. "Thank you." Meishio then followed her. Chapter 535, Archery. "Here, watch my hands. This is how you properly hold a bow." The instructor showed Meishio how to hold a bow. Meishio then followed her hand motions and gripped onto the bow. "Good, now you bring it up like this and hold it here." Meishio followed her again. "Good. Now grab an arrow with your other hand and hold it like this. Then you put it in this position on the bow." A few minutes later, the instructor said, "Good. Now that you know the basics, you need to familiarize yourself with them. Spend a few more minutes repeating the motion of lifting your bow and putting the arrow into the bow. Once you're ready to head into the next step, we can learn how to draw the bow and then shoot the bow. Meishiu proceeded to spend about 15 minutes repeating what she had learned thus far. Once she was comfortable with holding the bow, the instructor taught her how to pull the strings back and her body position while doing so. Now all you have to do is release the string, but make sure you don't make any random movements. Simply release your fingers, and let the bow do the rest of the work. Meishiu followed her instructions and released the arrow, sending it flying towards the target that was 50 meters away from them. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight over the target, and went straight into the wall that was reinforced with special material to catch arrows without damaging them. Nice try, but your movements were great. Now you just need to aim and hit the target. Give it a couple more tries. Meishiu continued to shoot the bow afterward, and by her third try, she was able to hit the target in the outer areas. On her fourth and fifth shots, she got closer and closer to the red circle in the middle of the target. On her sixth shot, her arrow barely missed the red. Finally, only her seventh shot, Meishiu managed to hit the red circle dead in its center. Not bad, the instructor said, thinking that it was merely luck. However, Meishiu continued to shoot, and on her 8th, 9th, and 10th shot, she struck nothing but red, dumbfounding the instructor. Are you sure this is your first time using the bow? You're very precise, the instructor eventually said, doubting that this was her first time using the bow. Meishiu then said, yes, this is definitely my first time. Though this isn't my first time shooting at targets with a weapon since I have experience with guns. G-guns? The instructor was left speechless by her words. She knew that Meishiu was a young lady by her voice, but what kind of young lady would have experience shooting guns? However, if she thought about it a little more, Meishiu was player Yuan's caretaker. It must require extreme skill and talents to take care of someone like player Yuan, so it sort of made sense. Meishiu proceeded to shoot a couple more arrows at the target, and after a dozen shots, Shed managed to hit 11 of them in the red with one barely missing it. It was clear to the instructor that Meishiu was very talented when it came to using the bow. Meishiu also felt that using the bow was much easier than Shed anticipated. However, she felt that hitting a still target was too boring. Excuse me, do you have any moving targets that I can practice on? Meishiu suddenly asked the instructor. Yes, we do. Follow me. The instructor then led Meishiu into another room that was on the same floor. Inside this room that looked a little similar to a firing range, there were a couple of puppets made of straw moving in a set path at the end of the room. How's this? The instructor asked her. This is perfect. Meishiu then looked for an available aisle before practicing on the moving targets. She missed her first shot, but she immediately fixed it on her second shot. And on her third shot, Shed managed to hit the human-shaped puppet in the head. Who's that masked figure? The instructor inside this room asked the instructor that came with Meishiu. That's player Yuan's caretaker. I'm sure you've heard of them by now. Player Yuan's caretaker? No wonder why she's in that getup. But heavens, she's very good at the bow. You probably won't believe me when I say this, but today is her first time using the bow, and she started only an hour ago. What? How is that possible? The instructor smiled and said, I asked her the same thing, and she told me that she was used to hitting targets with guns and that archery was similar. And you believe her? There's no reason why she'd lie about such a thing. And the way she handled the bow at first convinced me that she's definitely new to the bow. So not only player Yuan is an amazing individual, but even his caretakers are geniuses? Just what kind of household does he come from? Who knows? A few minutes later, the instructors approached Meishiu and said to her, if you're already accustomed to the moving targets, you can try adjusting it using these buttons. You can not only increase the speed they're moving but also the distance. Once you're bored of this place, I can show you the outdoor training area. There's an outdoor training area? Meishiu was interested in this place. Yes. You'll have more room to move around there, so you can practice moving and shooting at the same time, said the instructor. Just let this instructor know when you want to go. I will return to the other room for now. Okay. The first instructor returned to her training room shortly after, leaving Meishiu and her new instructor behind. Meishiu continued practicing her archery skills that were improving at a tremendous rate. and she would remain in that room for another hour and a half before making her way to the outdoor training area with the instructor. Chapter 536. Avoiding and attacking simultaneously. This is the outdoor training area. The instructor said to Meishiu. Meishiu looked around, and she could see disciples practicing things other than archery there, but they were very far in the distance so they don't disturb each other. She then looked at the disciples practicing archery, and they were running around doing complicated maneuvers while shooting their bow at the same time. If you thought archery was as simple as standing still and shooting your targets, you are gravely mistaken. The instructor suddenly said, and she continued, as an archer, you must not only be precise but also nimble so that you don't get caught in the enemy's attacks. Watch this. The instructor then called out to one of the disciples practicing and said, Disciple Jing, we're going to do a quick practice. Yes, instructor. The instructor then approached the disciple and stood a few meters away from her, who still had a bow in her hands. Whenever you're ready, the instructor said to her. The disciple then took on an offensive pose and stared at the instructor with an intensive gaze. The next second, the instructor leaped forward and attacked the disciple, but the disciple quickly reacted. The instructor continued to attack the disciple relentlessly, but the disciple kept on dodging the attacks, and she would even sometimes use her bow to shoot an arrow at the target in the distance. The disciple was dodging and attacking at the same time. Their display left a deep impression on Meishiu, who was immediately in awe. A few minutes later, the instructor stopped attacking the disciple and said to her, Good job. Thank you, instructor. The disciple bowed to her. The instructor then returned to Meixia's side and said to her, Did you see that? That's what archery looks like once you're proficient enough. Those who say archers are useless once their opponents close in on them are all worth less than shit. As that disciple had just demonstrated, one can defend themselves and attack simultaneously if they're skilled enough. However, to do that kind of thing requires intensive training and good movement. Your body must react instantaneously, and your body must keep up with your bodhi's reaction, or you will only stumble and fall. If you intend on learning archery seriously, come here every day and I will drill everything I know into you. I don't care if you're player Yuan's caretaker. Even if you're player Yuan himself, I will not go easy on you. The instructor said to her. Meishiu nodded. Although the instructor couldn't see it due to the mask, there was a serious and passionate expression on her face. Fortunately for her, she had already learned a movement technique inside. If she could learn this technique in the real world just like Yuan did with his movement technique, perhaps she could integrate it with her archery skills. Meanwhile, inside the building on the first floor, Yuan was covered in sweat from head to toe as he swung the wooden sword in his arms thousands of times without stopping. A couple of hours have passed since Meishiu left him, but he was too focused to realize this. Suddenly, Yuan stopped swinging his sword when he felt a presence approach him. He quickly used divine sense to see if it was Meishiu who had returned, but he quickly realized that it was someone else, someone he didn't recognize, yet he had this feeling that he has met this individual before. It was a handsome young man with a somewhat heroic aura around him. Hello, player Yuan. I apologize if I interrupted your training, but I cannot resist my urges, so I came here to see if you wanted to have a friendly exchange. Where are my manners? My surname is Wang Ming. The handsome young man who looked to be around the same age as Yuan introduced himself. Don't call me player Yuan. It feels weird, especially since we are not in cultivation online. Yuan said to him and he continued, You can just call me Yuan. I understand, Yuan. Then what about my proposal? Wang Ming asked again. You want to fight? Yuan said in a calm voice. No, not a fight. Just a friendly exchange between two sword users. I have been watching you for a while now, silently admire your sharp sword strikes, and I began wondering what it'll feel like to be in front of it. Receiving such a powerful strike. Wang Ming explained his motives. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, Sure. Let's do it. Now that he was used to feeling the sword in his grasp again, he wanted to do something more intensive, and this exchange will satisfy such desires perfectly. We can find an empty area and do our exchange there. Since this is just a friendly exchange, we don't need to use the arena. Of course, if you want to do that, we can go there. Wang Ming said to him. It's fine, we can do it here. Wang Ming nodded, and then he asked, do you need some time to rest? After all, you have been practicing quite intensively for a long time now. I'm perfectly fine, Yuan said, taking Wang Ming by surprise. How can someone feel perfectly fine after swinging such a heavy sword for many hours with barely any rest? Aren't his arms sore? Or was his body made of metal, so he cannot experience such feelings? A few moments later, Yuan and Wang Ming found an empty spot in the gymnasium and decided to use that spot for their spar. The disciples inside the gymnasium quickly noticed what they were doing and their blood immediately pumped with excitement. Everybody look over there. Wang Ming, our #1 sword genius, is going to fight player Yuan. What? The disciples quickly gathered and surrounded Yuan and Wang Ming, but they made sure to not get so close that it would disturb their fight. Not only did they not want to disturb such an exciting fight, but they also didn't want to get hit by either Yuan or Wang Ming. Chapter 537, Sword of Dominance. Whenever you're ready, Yuan. Wang Ming said as he held his wooden sword in front of him. Yuan also held his sword in front of him and tightly grasped the handle and nodded. I am ready. Then here I come. Wang Ming immediately kicked his feet and lunged at Yuan before swinging his sword. Clang! Yuan blocked the strike with ease. Wang Ming didn't think too much of it and continued to attack Yuan relentlessly, displaying precise and powerful sword techniques. While he blocked every attack, Yuan examined Wang Ming's cultivation base, and to his surprise, Wang Ming emitted an aura belonging to the 7th level spirit warrior. Besides the Grand Elders, Wang Ming has the highest cultivation base out of everyone he has met before. Of course, this was only possible since Wang Ming belonged to the Wang family that has known about cultivation way before the rest of the world, allowing him to start cultivating at a very young age. However, even then, he was only at the 7th level spirit warrior, still 3 entire levels below Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. As the fight got longer, it also grew more intensive. The spectators could hardly blink, as they feared that they might miss the decisive moment the second they decide to blink. Furthermore, every time their swords clashed, it would make the spectators' hearts throb with excitement, almost like there was a drum playing. I can't break through his defenses. And his strikes are incredibly heavy. Wang Ming was at a loss for words. Although had expected Yuan to be a challenge for him, he didn't think it would feel so powerless, almost like he was before an immovable mountain. Since it has come to this, let's see if you can handle my sword technique. Wang Ming suddenly stopped his attacks for a moment to cover his wooden sword in his spiritual energy. Yuan immediately noticed the change in Wang Ming's sword, but he didn't panic. Let's see how powerful his sword technique is. Yuan eagerly anticipated Wang Ming's sword technique, silently wondering to himself if he would be able to defend against it. Yuan, if you can defend against this sword technique, it's your win, Wang Ming announced to him. This surprised the spectators. Wang Ming is using his sword technique. Isn't that too much in a friendly exchange? I think he's doing it because he's left with no other choice. Meaning that he doesn't believe that he can defeat player Yuan without this sword technique. Just how powerful is player Yuan to push Wang Ming to such a state? Not only does player Yuan have his mysterious movement technique that makes it impossible to hit him, but even his sword mastery appears to be very good. If you ask me, I think he belongs to a secluded cultivation family that's outside the 6 spiritual families. Do these secluded families really exist? I mean, there are always rumors about their existence, but we haven't seen any of them even to this day. Meanwhile, after taking a moment to prepare his sword technique, Wang Ming was finally ready. Here it comes, Yuan. Wang Ming warned him before releasing the sword technique. Yuan tightened his grasp on the sword and prepared for it. Sword of Dominance. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with a golden glow for a moment before he released his sword, sending a semi-transparent golden arc of light at Yuan. Yuan immediately used his sword to block the incoming arc of light, but he had a bad feeling about it. However, he wasn't going to dodge it, and he intended on taking it head-on. Whoosh! The arc of light flew at Yuan at incredible speed, and arrived before him almost instantly after it was released, and the moment it touched the wooden sword in Yuan's grasp, it sliced the wood easily. If it were not for the metal core inside the wooden sword, the arc of light would have gone straight through. However, the metal wasn't enough to defend against the arc of light, and was also being cut. Dodge it. Wang Ming realized that had gone too far with this technique, and might actually harm Yuan, perhaps even kill him. Of course, Yuan also had a feeling that this arc of light would go through his body once it cuts through the sword. And right as before the metal core was cut in half, Yuan sensed the danger and subconsciously reacted. Whoosh! A profound aura emitted from Yuan's body, sending chills down everyone's spine, and the half-broken sword in Yuan's grasp suddenly gushed with a sharp aura that sliced the arc of light in half and seemingly with ease. What kind of sword technique is that? Wang Ming exclaimed in a shocked voice when he witnessed his arc of light destroyed. Yuan also didn't know what happened and looked at the sword, and to his complete surprise, there was a familiar yet otherworldly aura covering the sword. It was sword chi. He had somehow managed to use sword chi. However, the moment Yuan lost his focus, the sword chi also disappeared. The instant the sword chi disappeared, the half-broken sword completely broke in half, leaving everyone there speechless. After a long moment of silence, a defeated smile appeared on Wang Ming's face, and he clasped his hands before Yuan. Thank you for the exchange, Yuan. It was an incredible experience for me, especially since I don't usually have anybody that can fight me equally, much less defeat me. We should spar with each other more often, without using any sword techniques, of course. Likewise, it was also a good experience for me. Yuan clasped his hands together, while still holding the broken sword. Now that is out of the way, if you don't mind, can you tell me what kind of sword technique you just used? I have never seen anything like that before, not even in Cultivation Online. Wang Ming then asked him, his gaze filled with interest. Chapter 538, A Worthy Opponent. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine as well. Wang Ming added. After a moment of silence, Yuan said, It's sword chi. Sword chi? I have never heard of this technique before. Where did you learn such a powerful technique? He responded calmly. Wang Ming's eyes widened with surprise. As far as he was aware, there hasn't been a single person that has successfully learned a technique from that wasn't a cultivation technique. Congratulations, Yuan. You're the first person I know of that has successfully learned a martial technique from. Wang Ming said after his daze. Anyways, it's getting late. I will be here again tomorrow if you'd like to spar again. Wang Ming then said. Yuan nodded. Once Wang Ming left the scene, the crowd around them also dispersed. However, they didn't stop talking about Yuan and Wang Ming's spar for the rest of the day. Shortly after Wang Ming left, Meishio returned to the first floor. I am finished for the day. Are you ready to leave, or do you want to train more? Meishio asked Yuan after returning to him. Let's go home. I had enough training today, Yuan said. Then he noticed the bow and arrows in Meixia's grasp. Where do you get those? The instructor gave them to me so that I could practice even at home, she said. Looks like you had fun today. Yuan chuckled. Yes, archery was more entertaining than I'd anticipated. I think I will stick with it for a little longer. Sometime later, they returned to the Immortal Caves. Yuan sat down and prepared to remove his mask, but Meishio quickly said, Wait a moment. Don't take your mask off just yet. Let me look around the place for a little bit. Yuan wasn't sure what she was trying to do, but he nodded his head regardless. Then he watched as Meishio searched every nook and cranny of the place. What are you looking for? He decided to ask her. If there is any surveillance in this place, she calmly responded. Like hidden cameras? I don't think they would do something like that. Yuan said in a somewhat dazed voice. I know, but we can never be too careful. Many minutes later, once Meishio was satisfied with the results, she removed her mask and said, The place looks clear. Yuan also removed his mask afterward. I am tired. I don't think I have ever practiced this intensively before, not even in. Yuan released a long sigh. Sometime later, Meishiu asked, "Do you want to take a shower first?" "Yes, I have been sweating all day. You can go inside first. I will follow you after I unpack our clothes." Okay. Yuan then went into the bathroom that was larger than had anticipated, and there was even a square bathtub in the corner. After removing his clothes and tossing them inside the laundry basket, Yuan took a seat and started rinsing his body with warm water. Yuan noticed something different about this water. Compared to the water in his apartment, this water actually contained a hint of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this place is so potent that it even affects the water? He mumbled to himself. A few minutes later, Meishiu entered the bathroom and started washing his back. Once that was done, she assisted him in the front for a couple of minutes before rinsing him off. After drying his body, Yuan left the bathroom to wear some clothes that were neatly folded on the desk. Meanwhile, Meishiu stayed in the bathroom to clean herself next. Once they were both clean and getting hungry, they realized something. There's no kitchen in this place, so we have to eat outside? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't mind eating outside, but that would require him to remove his mask. We can get the food there and eat it back here, Meishiu suggested. Let's do that. Yuan agreed. They then wore their masks that had been washed by Meishiu and prepared to leave the immortal caves. But right as they left the place, they noticed a figure approaching their direction. Senior Wang. They immediately recognized the identity of this individual. Good evening, Yuan. Where are you heading this late? Senior Wang asked them. We are planning on going to the cafeteria for some food since there's no kitchen in the immortal cave, he said. Senior Wang chuckled and said, That's exactly why I am here. I forgot to tell you about that, I am sorry. Anyways, the cafeteria is half an hour away from the immortal caves, and it's mostly for the ordinary disciples, so we don't normally go there when we're training in the immortal caves. Then where do you go? Yuan asked. We either have someone deliver it to us, or we go to a special cafeteria that's made specifically for people training at the immortal caves. Senior Wang pointed to a certain path and said, Follow this path and you should arrive at a restaurant called Silver Restaurant. It's only a 5-minute walk. She then pointed to another path and said, There's also an open area where you can do some outdoor grilling if that's your thing. I understand. Thank you. By the way, I heard you had a spar with my grandson today, and you defeated him spectacularly. Senior Wang suddenly mentioned their exchange today. I knew he was from your family since he had the same surname, but I didn't think he was your grandson. Yes, you should have seen his face when he told me about how he'd lost to you. I have never seen him so happy despite being the loser. I think he's just happy to have a worthy opponent that can challenge him since he can defeat even the elite disciples quite easily. And she continued, He will surely approach you for more spars in the future. If it ever gets annoying, you can tell me and I will do something about it. Chapter 539 A Single Bed. After their short conversation, Senior Wang left the scene while Yuan and Meishiu made their way to the Silver Restaurant. 5 minutes later, they arrived before a medium-sized building that was painted metallic white, making it appear to be made out of silver. They quickly went inside, and to their surprise, it was completely empty. In fact, there were only 2 tables in the whole building. A small square table with 2 seats and a large round table with 8 seats. I don't recognize either of you. Are you new? The old man standing behind the reception asked them. Yes, today is our first day at the Jaded Garden, said Yuan. Then you probably don't know this, but we only serve those training at the immortal caves, he said. We are training at the immortal caves, Yuan said, surprising the old man. After all, how can someone who'd just joined the faction receive the privilege to train at the immortal caves, on their first day no less? Meishiu could tell that the old man didn't believe them based on his expression, so she said, Yuan, show him the medallion you got from Senior Wang. Yuan nodded and retrieved the medallion, showing it to the old man. The old man was completely speechless now. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to before the presence of the medallion. The old man then straightened his back and bowed to them, I apologize for doubting you too. Please forgive me. Yuan nodded and said, We're just here for some food. Of course. Tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll cook something for you. The old man said. Do you have a menu? Yuan then asked. Nope. I can cook almost anything as long as I have the ingredients. Even if I don't have all of the ingredients, I will somehow manage, said the old man in a confident voice. Anything. Yuan raised his eyebrows. He wasn't sure what he wanted to eat. Then how about you cook us your best dish, or whatever you recommend? Yuan said after pondering for a moment. Sure thing. Give me about 20 minutes since everything will be cooked fresh. In the meantime, you can do whatever. Oh, one more thing. Would you like to eat here, or would you like the food to go? To go. I understand. The old man then went to the back of the room and proceeded to cook. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishu went outside to smell the fresh air alongside the old man's cooking that grew more delicious as time went on. About 20 minutes later, they went back inside to grab the food. What's your name? People call me Chef San. You can call me Yuan. Feng, Meishu said. Yuan and Feng, huh? What unique names. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the food. I'll see you two tomorrow. After getting their food, Yuan and Meishu returned to their immortal caves, their mouths salivating the entire time as they couldn't wait to taste whatever Chef San cooked, as the fragrance just smelled too good. Once they returned home, they immediately opened the food, and to their surprise, there was a lot of food, more than one would anticipate for two people. Why did he give us so much food? Does he really expect two of us to eat all of this? Meishu mumbled, as there were enough to feed for, even 5 people. Maybe he was feeling generous since it's our first day here, Yuan said, not thinking too much about it. Thus they began eating the food shortly after. Heavens! The flavor is indescribably delicious. I have never tasted food this amazing before outside of cultivation online. Yuan exclaimed after taking his first bite. Meishu nodded her head in agreement. Besides the food at the Dragon Pavilion, nothing could compare to Chef San's cooking skills. The food was so amazing that Meishu was wondering if she should ask the old man to teach her how to cook better. Of course, Meishu is a pretty amazing cook herself, but compared to Chef San, who has decades of cooking experience within a cultivation family, the disparity was too vast, and it wasn't fair to compare them. I'm definitely going back tomorrow morning for breakfast, Yuan said after they finished eating all of the food. You can really eat. Even though she already knew about his massive appetite, it was still surprising to see him eat so much food. Sometime later, after washing their face and brushing their teeth, they went to the bedroom to sleep. However, there was a problem. There's only one bed? Yuan and Meishu stood before the only bed in the entire place. After all, immortal caves were built with a single person in mind, since they are mostly for training, and most people cultivate alone, so there wasn't any need for a second bed. At least it's big enough to fit both of us, Yuan said. It's okay, I can sleep outside, Meishu said. Although she had slept on the same bed with him on the airplane, she had the courage to do so only because it was for a single day. Doing so for many days was too much for her at the moment. That's not good. I don't mind even if you sleep with me, and where are you going to sleep outside? There are no couches, Yuan said, not minding that he has to sleep with Meishu, as they have already done it once. Meishu didn't know how to respond to his question since Shed said such words without thinking about it. Yuan then got inside the bed and under the blankets before patting the space beside him. Come sleep with me, he said in a calm voice. Meishu sighed inwardly. Although she had taught him some common sense, there are some things that cannot be taught through words alone. Meishu eventually gave up and entered the bed with Yuan, spending the rest of the night together in the same bed. Chapter 540. Guests at the Yu family. Good night, Meishu, Yuan said to her as he got comfortable underneath the blankets. Good night, Meishu responded in a somewhat nervous voice, trying her best to not think too much about their situation. Nothing will happen, Yuan. He's not someone who would do such a thing unless I initiate it. She eventually convinced herself that nothing will happen and slowly fell asleep. They wake up the following morning without any incidents, and they return to the Silver Restaurant for breakfast. Good morning, young lads. What do you think of yesterday's food? Was it to your liking? Chef Sen asked them the moment they entered the restaurant. Yes, it was amazing, and thank you for giving us so much food, Yuan said to him. Chef Sen laughed out loud and said, if I didn't cook so much food, you'd starve the entire night, young man. Yuan was surprised to hear this and wondered why he would say such a thing. I can tell just by looking at your body that you require a lot of energy, so I purposefully made more food for you. You eat a lot, right? I guess, Yuan said, completely dumbfounded now. How does one tell how much someone can eat just by looking at their body? Is Chef Sen using a cultivation technique? Thank you for the food. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio left the restaurant and returned back to the immortal caves to eat their breakfast that tasted as amazing as last night's dinner. After breakfast, they spent a few hours cultivating, as the spiritual energy in their area was too good to not cultivate. Once their bodies were filled with energy, Yuan and Meishio made their way to the training tower, where they would proceed to spend the rest of the day training. I will see you later. If you need anything, you can find me on the 4th floor. If I am not there, I am at the outdoor training area, Meishio said to Yuan before separating from him. There's an outdoor training area? Yuan asked, as this was his first time hearing about it. Yes, you follow this path behind the building, and it will lead you to a large outdoor training area. All right, I will check it out when I have the time. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, Meishio arrived at the 4th floor and was immediately welcomed by the instructor. At the same time, Yuan was approached by Wang Ming the moment he noticed Yuan entering the gymnasium. Hey Yuan, how about another round? Wang Ming asked with a bright smile on his face. Sure. Yuan calmly nodded, and they went to look for a spacious area to spar again, which quickly attracted the attention of other disciples in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, back in their hometown, the Yu family sat before two individuals with a seemingly nervous expression on their faces, which was very unnatural and rare. In fact, they weren't this nervous even when dealing with Chairman Zhao. One of these two individuals was sitting on the couch, and she was a graceful young lady who appeared to be around 18 years old, wearing a luxurious red dress adorned with gems. The second guest was an old man wearing a butler suit, and he was standing behind the young lady, clearly her caretaker. What brings you to our humble Yu family, esteemed guests? Yu Yong asked them. The young lady calmly sipped on the tea that had been provided by the Yu family, before quickly putting it down. Whoever made this tea should learn how to make tea, she said. Yu Yong and Tang Li's eyebrows uncontrollably twitched when they heard her words, but they didn't get angry. Yu Yong even put on a forced smile on his face before speaking. I apologize for the inconvenience, Lady Chu, and I will make sure whoever made this tea will be removed for their incompetence. The young lady didn't say anything else for a good minute before she looked around and asked, if I recall correctly, you should have a daughter and a son. Where are they? Although he was taken aback by such a random question, Yu Yong responded, they are currently busy and away from the family. Is that so? The young lady remained calm, acting like she didn't care about his answer. Then where did they go? Our daughter Yu Ro is currently in another city after joining a faction, Yu Yong said, purposefully ignoring Yuan. The young lady then said, just your daughter? What about your son Yu Tian? Both Yu Yong and Tang Li had a bad feeling about this young lady when the name Yu Tian came out of her mouth. He's also in another city being looked at by the doctors there, Yu Yong said. Although he could have told her that Yu Tian had left the family, he was afraid that she might ask more questions, so he gave her something less questionable. I see. Do you mind telling me which city? I'd like to meet him, Yu Tian, the young lady suddenly said. You want to meet him? Why? Yu Yong was baffled by this sudden turn of events. Why would this young lady who has no connection to the Yu family suddenly want to meet their son? Could she be another one of his fans in the past? Why not? I heard that he used to be an amazing musician, she calmly said. He may have been an amazing musician, but after he got sick he had to give up on music. Furthermore, his condition. I am afraid that you will only be disappointed. Yuan said. I won't mind it even if I am disappointed. Let me see him, she insisted. I'm sorry, Lady Chu, but he's currently in a situation that doesn't allow visitors. If you want, we can notify you when he returns. Tang Li said to her, silently pondering to herself what this Lady Chu's real motives were showing up at their place. Chapter 541, Lady Chu. Chapter 541 Lady Chu. Do you know when he'll be back? I like marking things down on my calendar, Lady Chu asked them. Unfortunately, we do not know when he'll return. It all depends on the doctors and his condition. Tang Li shook her head in a regretful manner. Unfortunate indeed. Lady Chu closed her eyes and proceeded to remain silent for the next few minutes. When she finally opened her eyes again, she stood up and said to the Yu family, Thank you for taking your time to entertain me even though I showed up unannounced. I will return this favor in the future. Don't even mention it. It was an honor to be of help to the esteemed Chu family, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. Let's go, Lady Chu said to the old man before walking towards the exit. Once the young lady and the old man left the scene, Yuan sat back on his seat and released a stressful sigh. Why on earth did she even come here? I was nearly shocked to death when the Chu family visited unannounced. The Chu family is one of the most influential families in the world with many successful companies all around the world. However, despite their worldwide influence, nobody really knows much about the Chu family besides what they show the public, which is why Yu family appeared very nervous before them. Compared to the Yu family, the Chu family was incomparably more powerful and influential. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Chu family one of the top 10 most powerful families in the world, while the Yu family hovered around the top 50. I am more worried about why she insists on meeting that trash. What should we do now? If we don't let them meet, she will definitely return and ask more questions, which wouldn't be good for our hearts, much less or our reputation. There's nothing we can do besides hope that she forgets about our conversation today. We already kicked Tian out of the household, not to mention the previous incident. I am willing to bet my everything that he will not return, and I am not going to plead him to return either. Furthermore, even if she returns, we can simply continue to delay it until she gives up. I highly doubt the Chu family is willing to cause trouble for our family over something so silly. Tang Li nodded her head in agreement. Even if they cause us trouble, it's nothing we can't handle. It's just going to be troublesome. Anyways, I am going to cultivate to clear my mind. Unless it's an emergency, don't bother me. Tang Li left the scene shortly after, but Yuan lingered around a little longer, silently staring at the teacup that Lady Chu had drunk from. And he wondered to himself why she wanted to suddenly meet with Yuan, who hasn't appeared in public for a decade. Whatever. It's best to not think about this anymore. Yuan shook his head before walking out of the room, trying his best to forget about what happened today. Meanwhile, after leaving the Yu family, Lady Chu walked to her limousine with the old man. Once they were before the car, the old man opened the door for her, closing it after she went inside. He then walked to the front of the car and entered the driver's seat. Where should we go now, young lady? The old man asked her. However, Lady Chu didn't respond, as she was completely focused on staring at the Yu family's household. The old man didn't rush her and patiently waited for her to respond. A few moments later she spoke in a calm voice. We're going to the apartment. Yes, young lady. The old man immediately started the car and drove her away from the Yu family. Sometime later, they stopped before a tall apartment. We have arrived at the location, young lady, the old man said. Lady Chu nodded and got out of the car before turning to look at the apartment that Yuan and Meishio lived at. Once the old man also got out of the car, they made their way inside the apartment, but they were quickly stopped by security, who didn't recognize them, and after Meixius' incident, security has ramped up in the apartment. Excuse me, are you a resident here? The security asked them. No, but I am here to visit a resident, said Lady Chu. And she quickly added, his name is Tian and he lives on the 17th floor. The 17th floor? The security raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know which apartment room the incident occurred in, he knew it happened on the 17th floor. What's your relationship with this person? He then asked. He's my friend, and I promised to visit him the last time we spoke, so here I am. Lady Chu spoke with a beautiful smile on her face, causing the middle-aged man to blush. The security didn't think much of her answer, as there was no way that such an elegantly dressed young lady would cause any trouble. Please sign your name and phone number on this piece of paper, and you can be on your way. The security guard said to her. Thank you. After writing her name and phone number down, Lady Chu and the old man took the elevator to the 17th floor before approaching the door at the end. As they approached apartment number 17F, the young lady could feel her body shaking uncontrollably. Are you okay, young lady? The old man asked her when he noticed this. Yes, I am just a little nervous and excited, she nodded. The old man no longer said anything and silently followed her from behind. Once they were standing in front of 17F, Lady Chu did not immediately knock on the door, and proceeded to stand there for many minutes without moving. She then closed her eyes to calm down, reopening them after taking a few deep breaths. After a decade, I have finally found you, Yuan. Once she was ready, Lady Chu lifted her slender arm and knocked on the door, completely unaware that the residents of 17F were away. Chapter 542. Following the information. Knock knock. Lady Chu knocked on the door with a resolute expression on her graceful face, but her heart was beating irregularly, almost like she'd just ran a marathon. After all, she had waited over a decade for this moment. A few moments went by without anyone answering the door, and Lady Chu patiently waited for an entire minute before knocking on the door again. However, nobody answered the door. How weird. Where could he be at this time? According to my information, he rarely leaves home. Lady Chu wondered out loud. Let's wait here for a bit, she then said to the old man. I understand. He nodded. Minutes quickly turned into hours, yet Yuan showed no sign of returning. Perhaps he moved out after that incident? The old man suddenly suggested. That's not possible. I checked with the intelligence agency right before we came here. They said that Tian hasn't moved out. Lady Chu said with a puzzled frown on her face. Eventually, she retrieved her cell phone and dialed a certain number. Hey, it's me. I want to know where Tian went. He's not home, and I have waited for many hours. A few minutes later, the person on the other side of the phone said. Apparently Meishio Tian's caretaker brought 2 plane tickets to Yang City. I assume they went there for some reason. Yang City? What is he doing there? Lady Chu raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. Can you check the system to see when they will return? She then asked. I have already checked the system for you, young lady, but it appears that they didn't buy a ticket home yet. So either they don't plan on returning or they don't know when they'll return, huh? Keep me updated, and try to find out where they went after going to the Yang City. Roger, young lady. Lady Chu released a deep sigh after hanging up the phone. I waited 10 years for this moment, and he's gone off to another city with another woman? How troublesome. Will we be heading to Yang City? The old man suddenly asked her. Of course, and we're not going to stop until I find him. I understand. Allow me to prepare the airplane. The old man nodded before taking out his cell phone and making a few calls. I have notified the masters that we will be going to Yang City. They said to stay away from the 6 spiritual families' territory. Okay. The 2 of them left the apartment shortly after and returned to the car. Once they were inside, they drove to the airport, where their private airplane was already prepared for them, and they lifted into the air shortly after boarding. Meanwhile, in the Jaded Garden, Yuan and Meishio returned to the Immortal Caves after another day of intensive training. After a quick shower, they went to the Silver Restaurant for dinner. At night, they would either go to sleep or cultivate. Yuan decided to go to sleep since his cultivation base was barely improving after he entered Spirit Master. Meishio decided to cultivate, as that would mean she didn't need to share a bed with Yuan, and she also wanted to take advantage of the rich spiritual energy in the area. The 2 of them would repeat their next few days in such a manner. By now, Meishio has completely familiarized herself with the bow, and she would even spar with some of the instructors. Okay, let's end it here today. The instructor said to Meishio after training with her for half an hour. Thank you for the session today, Instructor Li. Meishio bowed to her afterward. Even though I am supposed to be training you, I am also getting good training out of this. You have improved vastly after just a few days. At this rate, you'll surpass me after a few more weeks. Anyways, before you leave, I should let you know that there will be a small competition amongst the archery disciples tomorrow afternoon. If you want to see how you compare with the others, you should join the competition. The prize will be a premium bow crafted by Elder Hong himself. Tomorrow, right? I will be there. Meishio nodded. After saying her goodbyes, she went back down to the first floor, where Yuan was training with Wang Ming. The two of them have been practicing basically every day. In fact, they fought so much that the other disciples in the gymnasium would no longer stop to watch them, as it was such a common occurrence. The sound of wood colliding with each other would resound every time Yuan or Wang Ming swings their sword, creating this somewhat rhythmic sound. Is it already evening? Yuan stopped sparring with Wang Ming once he noticed Meixia's presence, as she would always appear when it was starting to get dark outside. After Meishio nodded, Yuan said to Wang Ming, let's stop here today. All right. Oh, and before you go, there will be a friendly competition between the elite disciples next week. This will be a good opportunity for you to see what it's like fighting the other disciples, as they all wield different weapons. A competition, huh? That sounds interesting. Yuan nodded and he continued, where will it be held? I can take you there. I will tell you more about it the day before. Sometime later, Yuan and Meishio returned to the Immortal Caves. Meanwhile, somewhere in Yang City, Lady Chu picked up her phone that had been ringing. Did you find out where Tian went? She asked the person on the other side. Yes. According to our intel, they got a helicopter service that brought them to the Jaded Garden, and they haven't returned yet, so there's a good chance that they are still there. Jaded Garden? Lady Chu immediately frowned when she heard this information, as she knew that was where the 6 spiritual families were located. In fact, it was the core of their headquarters. However, she was advised to stay away from the 6 spiritual families, putting her in a difficult situation. Chapter 543, Archery Competition. After pondering for a moment, Lady Chu retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Good evening, esteemed father. I am currently in a difficult situation and I need your help, she said. Immediately, a frantic voice resounded from the phone. What happened? Are you in danger? Where are you? I will immediately send support. Calm down, father. I am fine. Anyways, you told me to stay away from the 6 spiritual families, but I might have to see them, and I was hoping you'd let me go. Her father didn't immediately respond and took a long moment to ponder. Sometime later, he asked her in a solemn voice, does this have anything to do with the person you are looking for? Yes, it does. According to the intelligence agency, he is inside the Jaded Garden, and I have to go see him. After another moment of silence, her father released a low sigh. I promised you that if you managed to endure your training that lasted over a decade, I would let you meet this person. Although I would have preferred that you stayed away from the 6 spiritual families, since there's no other way. Go ahead. Just try to keep your identity hidden. I will have people on standby near that place just in case you encounter any trouble with them. Thank you, father. I love you. Moi. After kissing her father through the phone, Lady Chu hung up and turned to look at her caretaker with a smile on her face. We are going to Jaded Garden, she declared. I understand. The old man nodded. The following morning, they boarded a private helicopter and made their way to the Jaded Garden. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio had just finished eating breakfast. There's going to be a competition between the archery disciples, and I am going to participate in it, so I might be a little later than usual today, Meishio said to him as they walked to the training area. Really? Can I watch it? I need a break from training as well. Yuan asked her. I think so. I will ask the instructor. Okay. After arriving at the training area, Yuan said, Give me a minute to speak with Wang Ming since he's probably expecting to train with me today. He then went inside the gymnasium on the first floor. And as had expected, Wang Ming approached him with a sword in his grasp. You ready? Wang Ming asked him in a casual manner, feeling completely familiar with Yuan after sparring with him for the past few days. Sorry, but I am going to take a break today to watch me phone participate in an archery tournament, Yuan said to him. Oh, right, there was something like that going on today. All right. I guess I will take a break as well. To tell you the truth, my body has been aching for a while now ever since we started sparring, but this means I am getting good training, so I don't mind it. And since I have nothing else to do, allow me to follow you. Thus, Wang Ming tagged alongside Yuan to watch Mixia's competition. A few minutes later, they arrive on the 4th floor, where the instructor was already waiting for them. That's player Yuan, huh? He certainly gives off an unfathomable aura. The archery instructor, who was a mid-level spirit warrior, stared at Yuan for a moment before turning to look at Meishio. The competition won't begin until the afternoon, but we can start making our way there now. Meishio nodded, and they followed the instructor to the outdoor training area. But they continued walking a little further down the path, where they arrived before a massive grassland with many people already setting up the targets for the competition. The moment they arrived, the disciples there turned to look at them. Hey, look. Is that her? That genius who can spar with an instructor after a few days? One of the disciples there whispered to another. I think so. My instructor had been talking about her with another instructor, and I happened to overhear them. Is she really that good? Has anybody here seen her archery skills? Nope. Me neither. After a disciple reaches a certain skill level, they would rarely visit the training building since they would receive new and more professional instructors that will teach them privately, hence why nobody there recognized Meishio. Since we have some time, allow me to explain the competition to you, the instructor said to Meishio. There will be 4 different exercises, each testing your archery skills. For the first exercise, you simply need to shoot a still target to earn points, and the further target you hit, the more points you will receive. For the second exercise, you will have to shoot a moving target, but it won't be any ordinary targets. They change things up every year, so I can't go too deep into this one. You will understand what I mean during the competition. For the third exercise, you will be standing on a moving platform while trying to shoot your target. And for the last exercise, you will have to hunt some live targets using only your bow and arrow, but there's a catch. You cannot kill these targets, or that will result in a loss of points. Meishio raised her eyebrows. How is she supposed to hunt something without killing it? It didn't make any sense to her. You probably have a few questions, but you don't need to worry, since they will all be answered later when they give more details about the competition. Until then, sit back, relax, and clear your mind. The instructor left them alone afterward to prepare for the competition. What do you think? You confident in winning? Yuan asked her. I can't really say for sure since I don't know how good the others are, but I will definitely try my best to win this competition, she said. Chapter 544, The First Event. By the time the preparations were complete, all of the participants entering the competition have arrived at the place, and one of the instructors there gathered all of the participants there. The competition will start earlier than scheduled since everyone is here, and the preparations are already complete. Take 10 minutes to prepare yourselves. After speaking with the contestants, the instructor went to lead the spectators to the bleachers nearby. Good luck, Yuan said to Meishio before going to the bleachers with Wang Ming and the others. Once the spectators were seated, one of the instructors there began talking about the competition. For this competition, you will need to earn points from 4 different events, and at the end of the competition, the one with the highest score wins. As for the reward, Elder Hong from the Hong family will personally craft you a bow. As the instructor started explaining, 6 figures wearing exquisite robes could be seen approaching the area, instantly attracting the people's attention. Look over there. It's the Grand Elders. And they're all here. Wow, it's rare to see them all together besides grand celebrations or during important events. I don't think they were even here during the last competition. It must be because of that person. The people there turned to look at the only individual that was wearing a mask sitting in the bleachers. And just as the spectators had expected, after the Grand Elders spoke with the instructors, they began approaching them at the bleachers. Greetings, Grand Elders. Everybody there but Yuan suddenly stood up and bowed to the Grand Elders in a respectful voice. Don't mind us. Senior Wang said to them. We're just here to spectate the competition just like the rest of you. The Grand Elders then turned to look at Yuan and clasped their hands towards him. It's been a while, Taoist Yuan. How has the Jaded Garden been treating you the past few days? Senior, she said to him. It's been great. I have gained a lot of experience here, yet there is still so much for me to do, so I'm thinking about extending my stay here if you don't mind. The Grand Elders were ecstatic to hear that Yuan was planning on staying longer than a week. At this rate, he might even decide to join them. That's great to hear. If you need anything, just let any of us know. Senior Wang said to him before they went to take a seat in the bleachers. Of course, they sat around Yuan and Wang Ming. Meanwhile, the instructors began explaining the first part of the event. For the first event, you will be shooting still targets. There will be 3 difficulties: 150 meters, 300 meters, and lastly 500 meters. You can choose to shoot whichever distance you want, but if you're looking for the most points, you'll obviously need to hit the furthest target. Even if she doesn't hit the red, she was confident in hitting the target, and a single 500-meter target was worth as much as a 300-meter target in the red, so it made sense to go for the 500-meter target. Once she was ready, Meishio released her fingers, sending the arrow in the bow flying forward. Chapter 545, the second event. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows were released almost simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene. A second later, these arrows attached themselves to the 500-meter target without a single one of them missing, and half of these arrows managed to hit the red. However, these participants didn't have any time to look at the results and immediately began preparing for the second shot. 3 minutes passed in a flash, and the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first event. The instructors then went to look at the targets and tallied the points. A few minutes later, the results were in. Look. As expected, Jenny got first place with 3 perfect shots at the 500-meter target. There are 6 people at second place, huh? Not bad. What's Mi Feng's position in the ranking? Yuan asked Wang Ming, as he wasn't able to see the scoreboard with his divine sense. Feng? Let me see. She's ranked 15 out of 20. She got 3 hits on the 500-meter, but none of them had hit the red. Wang Ming answered his question despite thinking that it was a weird question. After all, can't he see the scores himself? A few minutes later, the instructor gathered the participants in another location where the second event would take place, and there was a lot of tall grass in that place. For the second event, you will be shooting moving targets at around 100 meters. Do you see this tall field of grass? There are machines hidden inside that will be throwing apples into the air every second, and you will receive 1 point for every apple you hit in a time limit of 1 minute. These machines will also throw small red marbles into the air, and if you hit these targets, you will receive 3 points instead. There will be no practice for this event. Once the instructor explained the rules of the event, she called one of the participants onto the stage and gave her a minute to mentally prepare herself. The whistle was blown a minute later, and the participant immediately raised her bow, shooting arrows at the apples that were being tossed into the air by the machines hidden within the grass. It was unknown how many machines were hidden in the grass, but the apples would always be tossed at a different location. And there would be a small marble the size of a pebble being thrown into the air after every few apples. Although they were hard to hit, it wasn't impossible, and the participant managed to hit one of them during her minute-long session that exploded into tiny red fragments. 31 points. The instructor announced at the end of her session. Once that participant left the stage, another one entered the stage. 28 points. The instructor announced a minute later. 34 points, 33 points, 29 points, 51 points. As expected of Xiaomi, who is renowned for her fast shooting. Although she isn't good at long-range shooting, she's probably the best when it comes to rapid firing with the bow, and her accuracy is very good as well. The spectators commented as they watched the participants shoot apples and marbles. A dozen names later, it was finally Meixia's turn to enter the stage. Once she was on the stage, Meishio took a minute to calm and clear her mind. The moment the whistle was blown, she raised her bow and started shooting arrows every second, surprising the crowd. Wow. Looks like Xiaomi isn't the only one who's good at rapid fire. Who's that participant? I don't recognize that person. And what is with the mask? You don't know? That's player Yuan's caretaker phone. What? Really? No wonder. I guess it does require some skills to be player Yuan's caretaker. Although the spectators were surprised at first, once they learned that Meishio was Yuan's caretaker, they were no longer as surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meishio kept shooting her bow almost every second until the whistle was blown. 60 points. The instructor announced. Wow, that's even better than Xiaomi. How many marbles did she hit? I counted 7. Yeshet hit 7. The second event finished half an hour later, and Meishio had achieved first place, boosting her total rank to number 7. Wow, your caretaker is very talented. Where did you find someone like her? Wang Ming asked Yuan. Who knows? Yuan responded with a smile behind his mask. Sometime later, the instructors gathered the participants again at the third location, which was a large but weirdly made platform, and it sort of resembled a treadmill. This is the movable platform. Watch. The instructor pressed a button, and the stage immediately started moving one way like a treadmill. You will need to shoot your targets while standing on this platform. Moreover, your targets will be moving as well. The instructor pointed to the field about 150 meters away, and there were human-figured targets moving left and right in a rhythmic manner. There are 2 targets, one at 150 meters, and the other at 300 meters. You get 2 points if you hit the 150-meter target, 3 points if you hit the 300-meter, and like the first event, you will get double points if you hit the red. You will get 5 shots in total for this event with 1 minute for each shot, and the timer will not begin until the whistle blows. Once again, every participant got a minute to mentally prepare themselves, and once the event began, the treadmill-like stage started moving, and it would gradually move faster after each shot. When the treadmill stage reached a desirable speed, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the beginning of the event. The participant did not immediately shoot, and took a moment to familiarize herself with the stage. Half a minute later, she drew her bow and aimed it at the 300-meter target. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight at the target, hitting it square in the chest, but it missed the red by an inch. 5 minutes later, the instructor blew the whistle and said, 17 points. Chapter 546. The third event. How much more difficult do you think the third event is compared to the first or second event? Or is it easier? One of the spectators asked out loud. It should probably be harder than the previous 2 events, especially since you have to constantly run on that treadmill stage. I cannot imagine trying to do what they're doing right now, as expected of the best archers in the spiritual elites. 18 points. 15 points. 21 points. 18 points. Every 5 minutes a new participant would enter the treadmill stage to shoot the targets. About an hour later, Meishio was called onto the stage, and after spending a minute clearing her mind, she readied her bow and started moving on the stage. Meishio shot her bow 30 seconds after the whistle was blown while in a jogging motion. After her first shot was released and the arrow hit the 300-meter target, Meishio could feel the treadmill stage moving a little quicker, forcing her to jog faster as well. Another half a minute later, she shot her second arrow, then her third, and her fourth. By the time she was on her last arrow, the treadmill stage was moving so quickly that it looked like Meishio was sprinting for her life. After taking a deep breath, Meishio pulled the string with her eyes focused on the 300-meter target. Shed managed to hit the 300-meter target all 4 times up to this point, but she has not managed to hit the red yet. And on her last second, Meishio released the arrow half a second before the instructor blew on the whistle. Whoosh. Thud. The arrow hit the 300-meter target inside the red. 18 points. After another hour, the third event came to an end, and Meishio actually managed to increase her rank by 1 despite only hitting the red 1 time, reaching 6th place. The instructor gathered all of the participants once again, but she didn't lead them to the last location just yet. Instead, she explained to them about the event first. For the final event, you will be hunting rabbits within a certain area with your bow and arrow. However, you are not allowed to kill them. I repeat, you are not to kill them, or you will receive a penalty that is a deduction in points. The 4th event won't start right away since we still need to prepare for it. There will be an hour break, but before I let you go on your break, allow me to explain to you the rules of this event. There will be a total of 10 rabbits at once, and they will all have a bell attached to their tail. Your objective for the final event is to shoot the bell off their tail, and every successful hit without injuring the rabbit will give you 5 points. However, if you injure the rabbit, you will have 10 points deducted, and if you somehow killed the rabbit, you will have 20 points deducted. The participants swallowed nervously when they heard the rules, as this final event could potentially make or break their chances of becoming first place. If they kill even a single rabbit, that would mean having an entire event's worth of points being deducted from them, meaning the points they scored in the previous events would be forfeited, and that could instantly drop even the current first place to the last place. This rule would no doubt put a large amount of burden on the participants, and it made them really nervous for the first time in this competition. The instructor sent the participants away for an hour while they cleaned up the place and prepare for the final event. You're doing great, Feng, Yuan said to her when she returned. Thank you, but I am still miles away compared to the others, Meishio said. You're too humble. Senior Hong chuckled, and he continued. I heard from the instructors that you only started learning archery a few days ago. Compared to the other disciples that have been practicing since they were young, you're too crazily talented, just like someone else here. Senior Wang nodded and said, the fact that you're even competing against them is already amazing enough. What? She only started archery a few days ago? How is that even possible? Wang Ming was shocked to hear this information for the first time. It was one thing for player Yuan to be a genius, but even his caretaker is a genius? One can only imagine how talented his family is when the caretaker is already this talented. While the participants waited for the final event to be prepared, outside the Jaded garden where the helicopters are located, a new helicopter arrived at the place. Once the helicopter landed, a beautiful young lady with brown hair flowing down her back, and an old man wearing a butler suit stepped outside the helicopter. The spiritual energy in this place isn't that bad, but it's not as good compared to the spiritual energy at our home, Lady Chu said after checking out the spiritual energy in that place. Alright, now where do we go? Lady Chu looked around, and she quickly noticed the tall building in the distance. Let's go check out that place first, she said while pointing to it. They proceeded to approach the building, entering it a few minutes later. Welcome to the Jaded Hotel. How may I help you today? The receptionist greeted them the moment they entered. Why is there a hotel in this middle of nowhere? Lady Chu raised her eyebrows. The receptionist chuckled a little before replying, since most guests visiting this place come in helicopters, the 6 spiritual families decided to build this hotel here for their convenience. Then can you tell me where the 6 spiritual families are located? This is our first time to this place. The receptionist nodded and left the desk. She then took them outside and pointed them in a certain direction. If you walk straight down that way, you should reach the entrance in about an hour since it's 3 miles away. I understand. Thank you, Lady Chu said to the receptionist before following the direction she was given. Chapter 547, The Final Event. An hour after the third event, the participants were gathered by the instructors, who led them to a spacious area with short grass and a massive fence that surrounded the area. This area is exactly 1 mile in diameter, and it is where you will be hunting the bells. There will be a total of 10 rabbits in the field, each scoring you 5 points, granted that you don't injure the rabbit. Moreover, each of you will have 30 minutes inside the field. However, you will only have 11 arrows in your quiver, and you are not allowed to reuse an arrow once it has been shot. Doing so will be an automatic failure. After giving the instructions, the instructor sent in the first participant, who immediately began running towards the first rabbit she noticed. Although 30 minutes may seem like a lot for each person, one must consider how many rabbits there were in the field. Since there are 10 rabbits in the field, and the participants had 30 minutes, that gave them 3 minutes for each rabbit, not including the time they have to spend running around to find the rabbits. The first participant noticed the first rabbit relatively easily due to the low grass and open field. She then readied her bow and aimed it at the rabbit. However, she didn't release the arrow and held that position for a good minute before finally releasing the arrow, as she wanted to make sure that the rabbit wouldn't suddenly move around. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight at the bell tied to the rabbit's tail by a single strand of string. Ding! The arrow struck the bell perfectly, sending it straight off the rabbit's tail. However, the moment the bell rang, the other rabbits in the vicinity became alert and started jumping around, almost like they are trained to do so. The participant was immediately overwhelmed by 10 rabbits jumping around. Not to mention the obnoxious noises caused by the bells that would ring every time a rabbit moved. And there were 9 of them ringing at once, which easily affected the participant's focus. Whoosh! The participant eventually shot another arrow, but it missed the target by a large margin. She then took a few moments to calm herself, but it was much more difficult than she'd anticipated. Hell, even the spectators were getting irritated by the constant ringing sounds, much less the participant that was in the middle of it. Heavens! This last event is freaking annoying. I cannot imagine being in the field right now trying to concentrate with all the noises. Right? And they also have to deal with the pressure of trying not to injure the rabbit. A minute later, someone exclaimed in a shocked voice, "Ah, she actually hit the rabbit. How unfortunate." Indeed, the participant had accidentally struck the rabbit with her arrow, due to losing her concentration from the constant ringing. The participant could feel her heart getting squeezed in pain when she saw the arrow struck the rabbit. Fortunately for her, the arrow had only struck the rabbit in the leg, or she would have had 20 points deducted instead of 10 points. Of course, 10 points was still massive, and this participant immediately dropped many ranks due to her fatal mistake. After losing 10 points, the participant no longer had the courage to shoot her bow anymore, and decided to end her session early. In her mind, she had gained 5 points but lost 10 points, so she only lost 5 points in total. Furthermore, she was no longer in the right state of mind after that one mistake, and if she continued shooting the bow, she would no doubt make another mistake, which could be even more fatal than the first. Thus, the participant decided to leave early. "Instructor, I am done," she raised her hand and said to the instructor outside the field. The instructor didn't say anything and merely nodded her head. She then blew her whistle, and the rabbits suddenly stopped jumping around. Once the participant left the field, the instructor went inside to take the injured rabbit, and handed it to another disciple, who then took the rabbit to get its injury taken care of. A few minutes later, another rabbit with a bell tied to its tail was brought into the field, and then another participant. Meanwhile, outside the Jaded garden, Lady Chu and her butler had just arrived at the entrance. When the guards saw Lady Chu, they were immediately stunned by her noble appearance, as she was an immensely beautiful young lady with an unfathomable aura that made it feel like they lived in 2 different worlds despite being only a few feet away from her. "HHH, how may we help you?" The guard stuttered like no tomorrow when he snapped out of his daze to speak with them. "I am here for my friend. Can you take me to him?" Lady Chu asked them with a beautiful smile on her face that immediately made them all blush even harder. "A friend? Who may this friend be?" "Well, he arrived around a week ago. I believe they came in a pair, a man and a woman," Lady Chu responded, purposefully not revealing their identity, as she wasn't sure which identity Yuan came to this place as, and saying their name could potentially ruin his secret. A week ago? A man and woman. The guards began pondering, as there have been many visitors to the Jaded garden ever since they opened up to the public. Despite that, a couple wearing masks appeared in their minds. They figured that only that person could possibly have a relationship with such an esteemed young lady. Are you talking about player Yuan and his caretaker phone? The guard asked just in case. Lady Chu's expression immediately brightened after hearing Yuan's name, and she quickly nodded. Yes. I have come here to see my friend, Yuan. Can you please take me to him? Chapter 548, Friend. Player Yuan's friend? The guards looked at each other with weird looks on their faces. They figured player Yuan was the type to not have any friends due to how he played and how reclusive he appears, so it was quite a surprise to learn that he actually had friends. I'm sorry, but you're going to have to wait a while since we don't know player Yuan's location at the moment. The guard said to them. Well, go ask around to see if anybody knows of his location. In the meantime, you can wait inside the guest room. Lady Chu put on a pondering face for a moment before speaking. I don't really like sitting around doing nothing. So can I ask to follow you to ask around? I'd like to see the renowned Jaded garden while I am at it if you don't mind. Oh, of course, you can follow us if you want. The guard immediately agreed, as he couldn't resist the temptation of walking around with a beauty by his side. Great. Thank you in advance. However, there was a problem. The guards exchanged glances once again. The next second, they all turned to look at Lady Chu and shouted simultaneously, Allow me to take you around. Indeed, the problem was who would be the one to take Lady Chu to find player Yuan? There were 4 of them, and it would make sense for only one of them to leave. While they try to figure out that situation, at the competition, over 10 participants have gone into the field, and left in less than half an hour despite everyone getting 30 minutes. The reason was simple. Nobody there dared to shoot their second arrow after their first that alerted all of the rabbits. In their mind, it was better to gain 5 points and call it a day than gain 5 points and potentially lose even more just like the first participant. Furthermore, nobody there was really able to focus with all the noise, as it was even giving them a headache. One might think that giving up after the first shot was unsportsmanlike, but nobody really blamed the participants for their actions. Not even the Grand Elders. In fact, the spectators even hoped that the participants would give up, as that meant they would have to listen to the ringing less. I don't understand why they would give up. Even though it's a little noisy, they should still try. After all, if they don't, they will never be able to reach first place. Even if they might lose some points if they don't shoot, they have no chance. Yuan said out loud after seeing so many participants give up. In his mind, weren't they all fighting for first place for the reward? What was the point of being any other place but first place since there was only one prize? I guess they're all just hoping for the others to shoot and lose points, allowing them to achieve first place without doing anything. So they're gambling that others would lose points. Yuan was speechless, as this was his first time seeing such a thing in a competition. As someone who has entered many competitions throughout his life, he has not once hoped that someone would mess up their performance so that he could win. It was simply an unthinkable strategy. Meanwhile, Meishio was called into the field. After handing her a bow and a quiver of 11 arrows, the instructor sent Meishio inside the still field. And just like the other participants, Meishio quickly took her first shot at a rabbit, shooting the bell off its tail successfully. However, what ensued was chaos with the sound of bells resounding in every direction. Ding, ding, ding. Although it wasn't bad at first, the sound gradually got worse and more annoying. Do you think she's going to quit after her first shot as well? The spectators began guessing whether Meishio would leave early like the others or not. And to their surprise, after her first shot, Meishio actually pulled a second arrow from her quiver. Her intentions clear. Oh, she's going to shoot. Let's see if she hits the bell or... The participants watched with anticipation. Whoosh. Meishio released her second arrow. Oh no. She struck the rabbit in the leg just like the first participant. That's a 10-point deduction. The participants exclaimed, and they expected her to quit after the second shot. However, to their surprise, almost as though she didn't care about losing points, Meishiu actually retrieved the third arrow from the quiver and aimed it at the rabbit that Shed just failed to hit. What? She's still going to shoot after that. Whoosh. The arrow struck the bell this time since the rabbit was injured and couldn't move properly, and for the first time in this event, Meishiu became the first to shoot a second bell successfully. After hitting the bell, Meishiu lowered her bell and turned to look at the instructor outside. Take the injured rabbit out. I have plenty of time, she said in a calm voice. The instructor nodded and quickly retrieved the injured rabbit from the field. Once that was done, Meishiu began looking for her next target. However, she wouldn't shoot another arrow for the next 10 minutes, and she would just silently stand there and watch the rabbits. She's taking her time analyzing the rabbits' movements, huh? What a smart girl. Senior Wang chuckled when she realized what Meishiu was doing. These rabbits were trained to move in a specific manner, so if you learn their movements, you will hit them with ease. 20 minutes later, when Meishiu only had 10 minutes left, she began moving for the first time, raising her bow and shooting it the next second with barely any pause. Whoosh! The arrow struck the rabbit closest to her, hitting the bell for her third bell. After that, Meishiu would go on to rapid-fire her bow, hitting bells upon bells with seemingly no effort, shocking the spectators and the other participants. Chapter 549. Brother Yuan. With a little more than 5 minutes left, Meishiu left the field after hitting every single bell off the rabbits, earning her a total of 40 points, and she instantly shot up to first place in the competition. The spectators exploded with cheering after they witnessed the spectacular display. Meanwhile, the other participants were left speechless. Half of them had given up after their first shot, and the other half that hasn't entered the field had planned on giving up. But after witnessing Meixia's display, they began feeling ashamed of themselves for giving up so easily. Therefore, the following participants to enter the field after Meishiu would go on to shoot all of the arrows in her quiver regardless if they'd hit a rabbit or not. In the end, most of them would go on to hit at least 7 bells. However, only 2 of them had managed to avoid injuring the rabbits. Once all of the participants went into the field, the instructor blew the whistle, signaling the end of the competition. At the end of the competition, the participants were gathered for the results. Congratulations to Disciple Xiaomi for achieving first place. You may speak with Grand Elder Hong afterward to discuss your reward. The instructor announced the winner of the competition. Although Meishiu had taken first place with her performance, it was only temporary, and she ended up in the second place with first place ahead by only 5 points. If Meishiu hadn't struck a rabbit that cost her 10 points, she would have won the competition. However, Meishiu was neither upset nor bitter since she never expected to win the competition, and she was satisfied with the experience she gained throughout the competition that she considered more of a training of sorts. Furthermore, getting second place was already well above her expectations. Good job getting second place, Yuan said to Meishiu after she returned. Thank you. I was told that you only recently learned how to use the bow. Is that true? Wang Ming asked her, as he still couldn't truly believe it. Yes, Meishiu confirmed, leaving him speechless. Regardless, that was an amazing performance. I would have never known that you were a beginner unless someone told me. Actually, you're already an expert. Senior Wang said. Ha! Miss Feng, even though you didn't win the competition, your boldness during the last event was very impressive. I even dare say that without your performance, the other participants wouldn't have dared to shoot more than 1 arrow, said Senior Hong. And he continued, therefore I am going to craft you a bow as well. Really? Meishiu was pleasantly surprised by Senior Hong's words. Yes. Consider this a gift from me for entertaining us. Senior Hong laughed. The other participants looked at Meishiu with envious gazes. If they didn't give up and had figured out the rabbit's movements earlier, they could have also gotten a bow from Senior Hong. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Jaded Garden, Lady Chu and one of the gate guards walked around asking the people if they knew where Yuan was located. And to their surprise, the first person they encountered knew his location. Player Yuan? He should be at the archery competition at the moment. Archery competition? Is he participating? Lady Chu asked. I don't know. Where's the competition held? The guard asked the man. Once they got the directions, Lady Chu and her butler began following the guard to that location. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you known Player Yuan? The guard asked Lady Chu as they walked. I have known him ever since we were young, she said with a gentle smile on her face that caused the guard to swallow nervously when he saw it. So you're childhood friends, huh? How envious. No, we're more than just childhood friends. You can even call us a family, she said. The guard raised his eyebrows, unable to comprehend the real meaning behind her words. Sometime later, they arrived at the location of the archery competition, and when they arrived, the competition had just ended. The moment they arrived, Lady Chu instantly noticed the tall figure wearing a black mask within the crowd, and she proceeded to stand there and silently stare at him with a dazed look on her face. At this moment, it seemed to her as though the world had stopped moving, that everything else but the masked man had disappeared from her sight. Almost there was only him and her in this world. Brother Yuan, she muttered in a low voice. However, despite her excitement and desire to jump into his embrace, Lady Chu didn't immediately run to him. Instead, she stood there without moving, almost as though she didn't know what to do. After waiting for over a decade for this moment, Lady Chu figured that she would be prepared to finally see him again, but to her surprise, when it was actually time to see him, her body froze with nervousness. What if he doesn't remember me? This thought that hasn't appeared in her mind for the last decade suddenly appeared for the first time. Indeed, she feared that Yuan had forgotten about her. After all, 10 years was a long time, and people tend to forget about their childhood. Maybe I should just watch over him from a distance for now. Lady Chu suddenly had this thought. However, before she could even decide, she noticed the person that she had been staring at suddenly turned to look in her direction. Lady Chu's heart immediately began throbbing like crazy, and her body became so stiff that she couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately for her, Yuan had only glanced in her direction because he felt that someone was staring at him from her direction. But his divine sense wasn't strong enough to see Lady Chu, so he turned back around a moment later. Lady Chu released a sigh of relief after seeing this, but then she became even more nervous a few seconds later. What should I do now? She wondered inwardly. Chapter 550. Do you remember me, Brother Yuan? Brother Yuan, you're so close to me, yet you feel so far away. Lady Chu continued to stare at Yuan's figure from a distance for many moments. The guard wondered when she was going to approach Yuan, but he noticed her expression and decided to simply wait for her to do something. The old man stared at Lady Chu with a profound gaze, as this is his first time seeing her acting this timid and nervous, looking like a lost little girl. Young lady. The old man suddenly called out to her, and he asked, "Shall we go home?" No. Lady Chu subconsciously responded. She then took a deep breath to calm herself down, but a single breath wasn't enough, so she took a few more deep breaths. Once she was ready, Lady Chu took her first step forward and slowly approached Yuan. The people there quickly noticed Lady Chu's presence due to her formidable aura that caused them to subconsciously turn and look at her, almost like their senses felt something threatening coming from her direction. When the Grand Elders saw Lady Chu, their eyes immediately widened with shock, but it was not because they recognized her. In fact, they didn't know her. As Spirit Master, Senior Wang muttered in a low voice that was filled with disbelief. Indeed, Lady Chu was emitting the aura of a Spirit Master just like them, albeit a little weaker. However, despite that, it was incredibly shocking to them since Lady Chu only looked to be around 18 years old. Who is that? One of the Grand Elders asked as Lady Chu slowly approached them. No idea, but to be a Spirit Master at such a young age. I thought it was only possible for someone like Taoist Yuan. With everybody there suddenly turning to look in the same direction, Yuan subconsciously turned his head and did the same. Once Lady Chu entered his divine senses range, Yuan was finally able to see the beautiful young lady that stunned everyone there. Who is that? She looks so familiar for some reason. Yuan didn't recognize Lady Chu at first, but he felt a sense of nostalgia when he saw her sparkling hazel eyes. However, he was still unable to recall where had seen her before. Lady Chu walked until she stood a few meters away from Yuan, and she proceeded to stand there in silence. "How may we help you?" Senior Wang asked when Lady Chu didn't say anything for a while. Of course, Lady Chu didn't respond to her, as the only thing in her eyes and mind right now was the masked man that was only standing a couple of meters away from her. "Brother Yuan, I have finally fulfilled our promise," Lady Chu suddenly muttered in a low voice. Yuan's body shivered for some reason when this unknown lady called him Brother Yuan, and his sense of nostalgia grew more intense. "Do you remember me, Brother Yuan?" Lady Chu asked him in a slightly louder voice. Yuan stared at Lady Chu intensively for many moments before shaking his head. "I am sorry, but I don't recognize you." "Have we met before?" Lady Chu closed her eyes and released a deep sigh. She then opened her eyes that flickered with resolve, and she spoke in a calm voice. "Well, I won't blame you for not recognizing me since it has been over a decade since our last meeting, and we were only children back then." "Over a decade ago?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, the image of a little girl with brown hair and hazel eyes appeared in his mind, and she somewhat resembled this beautiful young lady. Yuan's body trembled when he suddenly had an idea of this young lattice identity, but before he could open his mouth to speak, Lady Chu retrieved a silver harmonica from her pocket and blew into it, creating a beautiful sound that was filled with harmony. Seeing the silver harmonica in Lady Chu's grasp and hearing this song, Yuan was absolutely certain about her identity. "Why you are Lulu." Yuan spoke in a dumbfounded voice. A blissful smile appeared on Lady Chu's beautiful face, and she responded in a clear voice, "It's not Lulu. It's Liuxiang. How many times have I told you to stop calling me by that nickname now?" Of course, Yuan remembered that her name was Liuxiang, but he was used to calling her Lulu since he wasn't able to pronounce the name Liuxiang properly back then, so he gave her a much simpler name to call, and that nickname was Lulu. What are you doing here?" Yuan randomly asked her, as he wasn't able to think properly due to her sudden appearance. "What do you think, you idiot? I came here to find you since you didn't come looking for me, just like we had promised. Or did you forget about that?" Lady Chu said. Memories began flashing inside Yuan's head after hearing her words. Outside this remote building that had the sign Jade Orphanage on the doors, he stood before Lady Chu when she was still a little kid. "Don't leave me behind, Brother Yuan. Don't be sad, Lulu. Although I have to leave now, we will definitely see each other again in the future. If I cannot look for you for some reason, then you should come to look for me. Here is my harmonica. You can keep it until our next meeting." Yuan handed her a silver harmonica that was too big for his small hands. "It's a promise." After hugging her, Yuan left the orphanage with a beautiful woman that was Mei Feng, who had come to take him away from the orphanage after the Yu family adopted him into their family, and that was the last they saw each other. "I remember. I'm sorry that I couldn't find you." "No, I didn't even try to." Yuan apologized to her in a sighing voice after recalling some of his memories that he hid deep within his consciousness after entering the Yu family. "You don't have to apologize since I am well aware of your situation. It was simply impossible for you to do anything. Anyways, why don't we continue this conversation somewhere more private?" Lady Chu said. "Okay." Yuan quickly nodded. Chapter 551, Chu Liuxiang. "Let's go, Brother Yuan," Lady Chu said as she walked to stand beside Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, "We can go back to the Immortal Caves for now." He then turned to look at the Grand Elders and said to them, "Please excuse us." The Grand Elders didn't say anything and silently nodded their heads in a dazed manner. "Follow me." Yuan began walking back to the Immortal Caves with Lady Chu following closely beside him. As for Meishio, she quietly followed them from behind, silently wondering to herself what kind of relationship they had and how they knew each other. Lady Chu's butler also followed them from behind Meishio. "I don't recall seeing this woman before. Just where did she meet Yuan? They also seem to go way back." Meishio wondered to herself. She had been with Yuan ever since he was adopted into the Yu family, and as Maifeng's daughter, she got to see a lot of influential people. However, she doesn't recall this hazel-eyed beauty, who definitely looked very influential just by her graceful appearance alone. Their journey back to the Immortal Caves was a quiet one without anyone starting a conversation. Yuan was still in a daze because of his sudden reunion with Lady Chu, who has been by his side even before he could learn how to walk in the orphanage. As for Lady Chu, she was too nervous to say anything, and she was satisfied with just being by his side again. Eventually, they reached the Immortal Caves, and Yuan brought them inside. "Is he with you?" Yuan turned to look at the old man that had been following them, but stopped at the door. "Yes, he's my caretaker. You can trust him." Lady Chu nodded. "Are you coming inside?" Yuan asked him. "I don't want to disturb the young lattice reunion, so I will wait out here until you're done," he said to them in a calm voice. Once they entered the Immortal Caves and sat down, Yuan removed his mask and said, "Before we start our conversation, allow me to introduce you to each other. Meixiu, this is Liuxiang, a very important friend of mine from the orphanage that I used to live at before I was adopted into the Yu family. And Liuxiang, this is Meixiu, my caretaker, who is also very important to me." "Hello," Meixiu said to her in a low voice. "Hello." Lady Chu responded in a similarly low voice. Although this is Meixiu's first time hearing about Lady Chu, it wasn't the same for Lady Chu, who has known about Meixiu for many years now. After the brief introduction, they returned to being silent, as both of them had so many questions but didn't know where to start. Eventually Yuan said, "Well, let's start with you, Liuxiang. What happened to you after I left the orphanage? I know I told you to stop calling me Lulu, but it doesn't feel right when you call me anything else, so you can continue calling me Lulu," Lady Chu said. And she continued, "Anyways, shortly after you left the orphanage, I was also adopted and entered the Chu family, so I am currently Chu Liuxiang. I hope you lived a good life after your adoption," Yuan said to her. Chu Liuxiang chuckled and said, "Hardly. My life has been repetitive, boring, and even painful at times ever since I joined the Chu family." "What do you mean?" Yuan asked. "You can probably tell from my aura that I am a spirit master just like you, right? Well, the Chu family is actually a hidden cultivation family, but unlike the 6 spiritual families that live in seclusion and away from society, we hide in plain sight. The Chu family is an immensely successful family in the modern world with many businesses around the world, but at the same time, it's also a cultivation family that has known about cultivation since ancient times." "So you've been cultivating ever since you were young?" Yuan asked. "Yes. Apparently, I have the perfect body for cultivation, and someone from the Chu family noticed my talents by chance and decided to take me into their family. In other words, they adopted me for my cultivation talents, and I have been cultivating in seclusion ever since I joined the Chu family. That means I cannot leave the Chu family's territory. Although they have a lot of land, and there were a lot of things to do, it was still a boring life, especially since I spend most of my time training and cultivating alone. Hell, I can even count the number of people I have met during the last 10 years using just my hands. Of course, I am still grateful to the Chu family for adopting me, and they treat me very well." "That does sound like a very boring life." Yuan agreed with her. He can imagine how Chu Liuxiang felt since he also had to spend many years in seclusion inside his room, and without the ability to move his body. It was painful at times, but it wasn't that bad overall, especially when compared to your life at the Yu family. Chu Liuxiang sighed. "Huh." Seeing Yuan's puzzled face, Chu Liuxiang continued, "I know what the Yu family made you go through, Brother Yuan. I know how they treated you like a tool for their own benefit, and how they tossed you away like trash when you suddenly became sick and was no longer useful to them. I am sorry that I wasn't able to come to you sooner, Brother Yuan, but I wasn't allowed to do anything until I finished my training, nor was I aware of your situation until the end of my training. If I had known about it earlier, then maybe you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. You didn't deserve any of that." Chu Liuxiang sighed, even feeling the urge to cry. A gentle smile appeared on Yuan's face after hearing her words, and he said, "It's okay. Although it was painful at times, there were also joyous moments that made everything worth it in the end. At least that's what I think. Chapter 552, Harmonica. After all, I got to meet with people like Meishio, Yuro, and the others. If I hadn't joined the Yu family, I wouldn't be in this position right now, so even if I had to suffer a little, it was all worth it in the end. Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face. Yuan. Meishio looked at him with an emotional gaze. By the way, how did you manage to find me? Even though I came here as Yuan, there are many Yuans in this world. How did you know I was the one you were looking for? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang a few moments later. I knew you would achieve great things in the future, so when I learned about player Yuan, I was certain that you were the one I was looking for. Of course I followed you Tian, not Yuan. My family owns an intelligence agency, so I have a lot of information, and I followed your information to the Jaded Garden. But you don't have to worry about your identity as player Yuan being leaked since only my parents, my caretaker, and myself know about it. Of course, they can all be trusted. Yuan nodded. Now that he can move around properly, he wouldn't care as much even if his identity is leaked. After all, he now has the power to protect himself and those around him. Brother Yuan. Here you go. Chu Liuxiang retrieved the silver harmonica again, and placed it on the table in front of them. Now that I have reunited with you and fulfilled our promise, this harmonica shall return to its rightful owner. Yuan looked at the silver harmonica for a moment before picking it up. Even though it was much lighter than he remembers, it still brought back the countless memories he had with this harmonica. I still remember how you and the others would ask me to play this harmonica every chance you got, and how you would bug me until I agreed, he said with a gentle smile on his face. He then placed the harmonica on his lips, and began blowing air into it. Music notes filled the room as Yuan played the song that used to fill the orphanage with joy. Hearing and seeing Yuan play the silver harmonica again, tears began flowing from Chu Liuxiang's eyes, as she had dreamed of this scene nearly every day for over a decade. A few minutes later, Yuan placed the silver harmonica back on the table and said to Chu Liuxiang, "You can keep this harmonica." Huh, really? Why don't you want it? She asked him in a surprised voice. It's not that I don't want it, but it has been in your possession for far longer, so you are now the rightful owner. Furthermore, I believe that you value this harmonica more, so I cannot convince myself to take it away from you. Are you sure, Brother Yuan? Chu Liuxiang asked, feeling a little hesitant. Yes, I am sure. If you say so. She picked up the harmonica and held it close to her chest. Even though she has had this harmonica for over a decade, and had only let it go for a few minutes, it gave her a completely different feeling in her hands now, and it actually felt like it belonged to her. Lulu, what are you going to do now that you found me? Are you going to return to the Chu family anytime soon? Yuan asked her a moment later. No, I have already completed my training, so I don't really have to return until my parents summon me for whatever reason, and I planned on staying with you for a while. If you don't mind. I don't mind, but there really isn't anything to do in this place besides training. Yuan said. Are you staying in the Jaded Garden permanently? Chu Liuxiang then asked. No, we're only here temporary as trial disciples. We were supposed to leave after a week, but we decided to stay here a little longer for more training. Well, I don't really care where we are or what we are doing as long as I am by your side, she said. The two of them proceeded to talk about their own lives after leaving the orphanage until it was late, and Yuan was getting hungry. Let's go get some food to eat before we continue. I know this place that cooks extremely delicious food. Yuan said to her. Okay. After wearing their mask, Yuan and the other two left the immortal caves. Sebastian, we're going to get some food. Chu Liuxiang said to the old man who had been standing outside the immortal caves like a statue this entire time. I understand, he said, and he began following them to the restaurant. HM? Who is this young lady? Your girlfriend? Chef Sen asked in a joking tone when he saw Chu Liuxiang with Yuan. Hello, I am Chu Liuxiang, a longtime friend of Yuan, she introduced herself. I see. What would you like to eat today? Or would you prefer I cook something random like usual? Chef San then asked. Do you have any preferences, Lulu? We don't really care what we eat since everything Chef San cooks is amazing. Yuan asked her. I'm not a picky eater. I will have whatever they are eating, she said. All right. Give me some time. Chef San then went to the back to start cooking. While they waited, Chu Liuxiang went outside to play the harmonica for Yuan and the others. You have gotten really good at playing the harmonica, Lulu. Yuan chuckled and he continued, especially compared to back then when you would blow it randomly and call it a unique song. Chu Liuxiang smiled and said, besides training and cultivation, I would spend all of my spare time playing the harmonica. Of course, I am still nowhere as good as you even if I were to compare my current self to you back then. Here. It's your turn now. She then handed the harmonica to him in a casual manner. Yuan accepted the harmonica and began blowing into it without cleaning it even though Chu Liuxiang had played it just moments ago. Chu Liuxiang blushed slightly when she saw this, but she didn't say anything. Chapter 553. A beauty on each side of the bed. Thank you for the food, Chef San. After waiting for about half an hour, they finally received their food, and they immediately made their way back to the immortal caves. Once they were seated, they began eating the food. Wow, you're right. This food is amazing. I dare say it's even better than Sebastian's food, and that's a huge compliment. Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with surprise the moment she tasted the explosive flavor. And in just a few minutes, Chu Liuxiang consumed all of her food, becoming the first to finish. Brother Yuan, I just noticed this, but you sure have a lot of food. Can you really eat all of that? She asked him when she noticed that his portions were multiple times larger than theirs. Yeah, I can eat all of it. He quickly swallowed before nodding his head. So you have a really big appetite, huh? That's something I should note down for the future. She mumbled in a low voice, but Yuan wasn't able to understand the meaning behind her words. Sometime later, they finished all of the food. Meishio stood up and prepared to clean the table, but the old man, Sebastian, said to her, It's okay, young miss. Allow me, the guest, to clean the table for you. Okay. She nodded. While Sebastian cleaned the place, Chu Liuxiang asked, How many rooms do you have in this place? There's only one room and one bed. Yuan calmly responded. So you have been sleeping together? Chu Liuxiang looked at them with her eyes slightly widened. Yes, he casually responded. Chu Liuxiang turned silent for a moment before asking, Can I see the bed? Of course. That's the bedroom. Yuan pointed to their room. Chu Liuxiang then opened the door to take a look at the size of the bed, and sure enough, there was plenty of space, enough for 3, perhaps even 4 people. Do you mind if I sleep with you too? Chu Liuxiang then asked them in a resolute voice. Of course. Where else are you going to sleep? Yuan said. Young Master Yuan, I will sleep out here in the living room on the couch, Sebastian said to him since he has no intention of sharing a bed with 3 young people, and one of them was even his master. As long as you're not sleeping on the floor. Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Chu Liuxiang said, Brother Yuan, I am going to wash myself. Where is the bathroom? That door right there. Do you have any extra clothes with you? Yuan asked her after realizing that they didn't have any luggage with them. Oh right. Now that you mention it, we left them inside the helicopter, Chu Liuxiang said. I shall go and retrieve our luggage at this moment, Sebastian said. Are you sure? It's already really dark outside. This is also your first day here, so you might get lost. Yuan asked him. If you want, I can lend you my pajamas for today since I have an extra pair, Meishio suddenly said. If you don't mind. Chu Liuxiang calmly agreed. After Meishio handed her own pajamas and a towel to Chu Liuxiang, she whispered something in Chu Liuxiang's ears. No, I don't need them. Thank you for asking. Chu Liuxiang shook her head before entering the bathroom and locking the door. About half an hour later, Chu Liuxiang returned outside while wearing Meixia's pajamas that felt oddly fit, almost as though they belonged to her. So we are equal when it comes to our body, huh? Chu Liuxiang wondered inwardly. After Chu Liuxiang finished, Yuan went to clean himself next. Of course, Meishiu didn't follow him inside like she normally would, as there was no way that she'd do anything to Yuan with guests around. Meishiu went inside the bathroom after Yuan, and Sebastian was the last to enter. Once they were ready to sleep, Chu Liuxiang followed Yuan and Meishiu inside their bedroom while Sebastian slept on the couch. Where do you want to sleep? Yuan asked Chu Liuxiang, giving her the choice to pick. Brother Yuan, you can sleep in the middle. I will just sleep beside you, she said. Okay, he nodded. A few moments later, Yuan laid in the middle of the bed while sandwiched by two beauties, one on each side. If any human being that wasn't Yuan saw this scene, they would definitely vomit blood from envy. Brother Yuan, do you remember how we would always share a bed in the orphanage? She asked him. Yes, because you were always afraid that something was hiding under your bed, he chuckled. I don't recall such a thing. You must have remembered it wrong. She quickly refuted with a slightly rosy face. The two of them proceeded to spend many minutes reminiscing their time together in the orphanage. Meishiu had her eyes closed the entire time, seemingly asleep, but she was actually wide awake and silently listened to their conversation, as she was learning a lot about Yuan and his relationship with Chu Liuxiang. And the more she listened, the more obvious it was to her that they were definitely very intimate with each other. Meishiu then recalled what her mother told her not long ago. That someone will take Yuan away from her if she's too slow, and this caused her heart to tremble. Sorry, Meishiu, I got too caught up in our conversation and almost forgot that we're trying to sleep, Yuan suddenly said to her. However, Meishiu didn't say anything and pretended to be asleep. Seeing that Meishiu didn't respond, Yuan released a sigh of relief, knowing that she managed to fall asleep despite their conversation. Let's lower our voices so that we don't wake her up, he said to Chu Liuxiang in a low voice, who was lying on the bed on her sides so that she could stare at Yuan's face. They then continued reminiscing about their past for pretty much the majority of the night. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.